And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
To Berea College, day 2. Yesterday we had some weather issues, lots of rain before we got going, and then a little bit of a lightning delay. But we got some races and some field events in. We'll go through some of the scores in a moment. Today it's more like sweatshirt weather out here, but hopefully the rain will the weather will cooperate with us today. Before we dive into some of the scores from yesterday, I will quickly remind you of our title sponsors. This is the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships. First and foremost, I want to thank Reynolds Farm Equipment for their support of this event, as well as Boilermakers Local 374, Wheeler Mission, Burtner Electric, the Morales Group Staffing, and Piper Logistics, as well as Aspen Creek Grill. And lastly, the IndianaSRN Sports Page. Thanks so much to all those groups for their support of this event. Some scores from yesterday. We have 6 out of the 20 events scored so far. And on the men's side, Rose-Hulman leads at this point with 92 points. Manchester is in second with 56. Hanover has 41. Franklin with 24. Bluffton with 10. Anderson 6. Berea 2. And Mount St. Joseph's 2. On the women's side, Manchester is in front with 60. Rose-Hulman is in second with 56.5. Hanover in third, 48. Transylvania with 23. Earlham with 22. Mount St. Joseph's also with 22. Berea with 18.5. Bluffton with 16. And Franklin with 7. Today we are going to start with the women's 400-meter relay. We are moments away from that event. But before we get there, we will take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
an active athlete looking for enhanced performance, comfort, and recovery? Then Skins is the perfect choice for you. Our revolutionary sports compression product provides better oxygen flow in your muscles, helps reduce fatigue and pain from intense physical activity, allowing athletes to push their boundaries and perform better.
Skins helps keep everything, including you, on track.
So don't wait any longer. Get your Skins now and experience unbeatable performance.
Take your game to the next level with Skins.
This is the hotel breakfast.
It looked different online.
Do you children like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. All right, guys. Look alive.
Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get him.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Are you ready?
To climb higher.
At Mount St. Joseph University, we think you are. With new state-of-the-art facilities, expert coaches and mentors, our top-ranked teams will provide the perfect challenge to test your skills.
But it's not just about winning.
It's about becoming the best version of yourself.
That's what we're all about.
Here at the Mount.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Welcome back to Berea College for the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships. Day 2, we are moments away from the women's 4x100 meter relay. I'm Chris Schumerth, and I'm here with Keith Myers, back for a second day. Keith, thoughts?
Well, I thought the weather was a little suspect last night, but things look good today. A little windy, as we talked about earlier today. We had some sun earlier today, but I think we can get this through. And, in 4.5 hours, we're crown an HCAC champion, and we'll see who that might be. Scores are pretty close, from first, second, third. So everybody's in reaching that, and we're going to have a lot of running events today.
Pull that tent back a little bit, have a little bit better angle today. We've got baseball in the background. Great atmosphere down here in Kentucky. As long as the weather cooperates, it feels a little more like fall today.
It does feel like fall. I put on my little winter jacket this morning, so but we're ready for a good day. It should be a good day. You'll have some interviews with some winners today as well, so hopefully we can entertain the folks at home throughout the day.
And much of what we'll see today will be a result of what happened yesterday. We got the finals today in a number of events, so we've seen some of those competitors already. It'll be interesting to see when you clear out and put the best athletes on the track at the same time and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Manchester. Again, Coach has them set, ready, and prime. But Berea New School has made some noise in the women's side as well. I think it's wide open for a lot of people. We had a tie in the indoor. Let's see if we have that same thing on the outdoor. But, all in all, what a great event. And, you can tell it's May because the weather's changed once again. So let's see what kind of day we'll have today.
Yeah, we do have two teams currently tied on the women's side, but Manchester and Rose-Hulman both in the number 1 and number 2 spots on the men and women's for right now. I'm sure that could change over the course of 14 more events to score, and even as I say that, I look out right now and there are field events taking place. So we've got the long jump going on right in front of us. The high jump, I think, is getting ready to get started. I don't think they're going yet. Yesterday we had the pole vault in front of us. Not a bad angle on that. But yeah, we should have a race coming up momentarily here at the 4x100.
Well, fortunately, we was not here for the javelin throw. Nick and I was setting up, and I'm glad they are not throwing the javelin as we are running. That's a great idea. So we did have the winners of the javelin. Hopefully, we'll get those winners on the air sometime today.
Can you throw the javelin?
No, I can't throw a shot put. I can't high jump. I can't pole vault. The best I can do is do the walking, and I have a hard time doing that today. So
well, you got here. You got here.
I'm here. I'm ready to go.
And it has been obstacle after obstacle. So the fact that we and the competitors are here is in and of itself a celebratory occasion.
Yeah, our hats off to the Berea staff and the HCA staff and even our crew. I mean, yesterday fighting all the weather that we had to fight, and it's just they've done a great job. And we'll see in about, like we said, in about 4 hours, hopefully, or 5 hours, we'll crown a champion.
Champions indeed, and as I said yesterday on the broadcast, what's at stake here is strictly within the conference. The nationals in track are coming up, but and one can qualify for those nationals, but only by getting in the top 40 nationally in terms of times or distance. It's not placing that's going to lead to nationals advancement. So there's more like just a conference pride thing here. You're trying to win the conference, and as we talked about yesterday a little bit, the HCAC has been a consistent conference for a long time without that much change. Although the exception, of course, is this home team, Berea. They are in the HCAC for the first time as of 2024-25, and therefore this is their first time hosting this specific event.
Well, you talk the enriched heritage of this conference. New conference director several years ago, Jay Jones, and his staff has really done a great job of maintaining that and then adding flavor. IndianaSRN is one of that flavor with the HCAC network. So the improvements that this conference has had and will continue to have has been really kind of fantastic.
Yeah, and it's just it's a good Midwest conference. Schools from Indiana, Kentucky. I don't know if they consider themselves the Midwest, but for the sake of this conference, they are. And Ohio. There's a few hours in between our home and Berea, but that's part of the fun is getting out, seeing a new place. And, we were talking about some of the specifics of this institution yesterday over dinner. It's a pretty interesting place for a lot of reasons in terms of some of the decisions that they make institutionally that are just a little bit different from some of the other places that compete in this conference.
But every single team, when you talk to all the coaches across from football all the way through, the competitiveness of these teams are really, really good. I mean, outstanding, great heritage, great opportunities to showcase your kids for D3 division. They have a great reputation, and when you have that great reputation, athletes seem to want to come to you. Local flavor, for example, Franklin. Those kids, most of those kids are from Franklin and Hanover, and so on and so forth. That's what makes this conference really kind of cool.
And of course, we're coming from central Indiana, and some of these kids can be competing against each other in high school and then competing against each other again at the college level.
Yeah.
So, we're about to start the 4x100 race on the women's side here. Everyone's lined up in the different spots. There's the gun. And here we go. The first heat, we have Earlham, Bluffton, and Anderson in this one. So there's only 3 runners out there. And the first handoff seems to go well for the leaders, who have put themselves maybe 10 meters in front. So far, so good. Of course, that can change with a bad handoff, but they don't get one on their second handoff either. They look good there.
The communication has to be really, really well for these runners to handle that baton.
And the footwork. The footwork is a huge part of the deal.
I think the footwork's more important than the handoff right now.
And it looks like that's Earlham in front, although Bluffton making quite a late kick. Doesn't quite get there, but I believe we've got Earlham in front with Bluffton second and Anderson third for the first heat. We will see another heat shortly. This next one will be Hanover, Transylvania, Rose-Hulman, Manchester, and Berea before the men get to compete as they hop out there and switch the blocks. Get ready for this next one.
In 8th place was Rose-Hulman's Sarah Shabour.
Yeah, these
7th place, Janae Bennett of Manchester. In 6th place, Sienna Slaughter of Mount St. Joseph. In 5th place, Kaylin Bockel of Franklin. In 4th place for Manchester, Maddie Reed.
These relays kind of really embody the spirit of track and field.
Yep.
You know, because there is talent involved. But you gotta work together for these ones. And that's a lot of practice. Those handoffs don't get executed just day of. That's a lot of hours put in to do that correctly.
135 feet 4 inches. Madeline Hucknall.
If you want to show me across the way, you can see some of the athletes waiting who are going to take the baton. Yeah, show me some of them. Ready to?
All stretching, all looking.
Anticipation.
Anticipation is correct. It's like a ketchup commercial. Okay, I just showed my age. Well, there's a commercial. I forget who. I think it's Heinz. Anticipation. I'm not sure the ketchup commercial. That's what their song was. Anticipation. And then when you put it on your sandwich, it was delicious. I just did that for my director. Thank you for people at home to be bored. I'm sorry. Anybody that's 24 or younger probably never. Well, I don't. Maybe even 25.
You're gonna get us thinking about eating here, Keith. We did have a good, fine dinner last night.
I want to thank the folks from what's Top of the Line Pizza. What's the place called?
What was it called? Big City Pizza. Yes. That was well worth the trip.
Thank you for Jennifer, who were waiting on us yesterday.
Yes.
The first thing she said was, "Fellas, I've had a bad day," but took care of us.
Kind of hidden. I drove by it the first time. And again, the competitors for this one, Hanover, Transylvania, Rose-Hulman, Manchester, and Berea. Runners are on their blocks. We did have some false starts yesterday, which was interesting.
Had a couple.
There's the gun. Got to stay in your lane for this one. For obvious reasons.
Good pass there. Oh my goodness.
If you were a top 3 finisher in the 10,000.
There was one handoff on that first stretch that I thought they had to slow down a little bit. Can't quite see which team it was. I think that's Rose-Hulman in the front. It is. On the kick, we get a little bit of a slowdown, but it's not going to matter. Transylvania is coming in second. That's Berea in third, but Manchester pushing for that third place spot. Might have gotten it. We'll have to look officially.
Rose-Hulman just dominated that. Came in right out the chute.
Which is different than what we're looking at in front of us. But I think Keith is right.
Did they put Manchester first? Here we go.
There we go. Okay. Rose-Hulman first, Transylvania second, Manchester third. That's what I thought it was. Berea fourth, and Hanover 5th. That Rose-Hulman team, by the way, just to highlight some of the competitors. The first runner was Emma Johns. The second runner was Rose Talbert. The third runner was Ileana Hernandez. And the fourth runner was Alex Adams.
The impressive thing, the time was at 49.29. Second place was 51.22. Third, 51.54. And the record is 49.2.
So we just missed the record.
Pretty impressive.
Wow.
Weather conditions the way they are.
Yeah.
And lane number 5 will be Transylvania. And lane number 6.
And I wonder if they have any idea whatsoever. You know, maybe.
Oh yes, trust me.
Maybe they've been shooting for that record all season.
Let me tell you, the coaches know about that record. They put that on the kids' mind.
Our point of comparison be yesterday for the 400 meters, that kind of 50 to 1 minute range, being what the times looked like.
Got the guys coming up?
Yep, we got guys. Same event. So this first one, we expect Berea, Anderson, Transylvania, and Bluffton. And then we'll have a second heat as well.
As we'll be doing your awards very soon.
Looks like those inside lanes will be unoccupied for the first one. Started to get down and ready there, but some sort of stoppage.
Everything is put precisely on a time basis. So we wait. At times we might have to wait 2. Sometimes yesterday we waited about 2.5 minutes for an event. So.
And to your point, the 400-meter relay is precisely supposed to happen at 12:40. We are at that point. And it looks like at the area of the first exchange, we have a yellow flag up over there. So that may be where some of the...
4, can you show me the yellow flag? It's in the first exchange over there. You see the guy on the far end holding up the flag? Yeah, okay. Ready for it?
Now we switch to white.
Now I think he's all clear. I think sometimes it could be the block, it could be the shoes, it could be the baton, but I mean and you got to hand it to these officials. They know the rule, they understand the rule, they stress the rule. So now we wait because we do have a white flag up. I think that's a good sign.
It's an interesting sport to officiate. There's a number of guys out here who are participating in this.
And there's at least 75 judges, don't you think, with all the red shirts and blue shirts we've seen today?
Well, and the number of things that you're watching, and of course another interesting thing that we saw yesterday was there was some sort of protest in one of the events.
Yes.
So we did have a full day.
A lot of fun.
There's the gun.
Nice exchange there. Here comes speed.
Anderson in second. They're so easy to spot with the orange. Looks like that's Berea passing for the second spot, or at least fighting for it. And here we go. That Bluffton in first, Berea in second, Anderson in third, Transy in fourth. Transy runner jogs in for the fourth. So that Bluffton team, again, let's highlight that team that just took first. That's Jalen Jackson in the one spot. Russell Lowe in the second spot. Devin Homan in the third spot. And Desmond Gist in the fourth spot. We will have another heat for the men. What were you about to say, Keith?
Times 43.12, 43.88, 44.71, and 49.75. So pretty impressive.
And this next heat will be Franklin, Rose Holman, Hanover, Manchester, and Mount St. Joe. And they are testing out those blocks.
In fourth place, William Hirsch of Franklin. And your top three finishers in third place from Rose Holman in a time of 31:58.58, Joshua Pohl. In second place from Hanover in a time of 31:53.49, Ethan Weston. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's 10,000 from Manchester University in a time of 31:45.49, Connor Havens.
We do have another event scored on the women's side, so an updated team score is Manchester in first with 60, Rose Holman in second with 56.5, Hanover in third with 48, Pennsylvania in fourth with 23, Earlham fifth, 22, Mount St. Joseph's tied for fifth with 22, Berea with 18.5, Bluffton with 16, and Franklin with 7. We're still only at 6 events scored on the men's side. And again, those top 3 are Rose Holman, Manchester, and Hanover. May start tracking down some of these competitors, particularly the ones who finished first, to hopefully get in the booth with us and talk to some of these athletes. Again, we're waiting for the second heat of the 4x100 meter relay, excuse me.
She's been saying, I'm not sure she actually will. Let's take a break after heat 2, unless we have an interview guest.
There's the gun. It's hard to tell initially who's in front, just based on starting point.
And all these same schools have these same jersey numbers. This is closer. Oh.
We got blue and blue in front, so we'll have to see who it is. Hanover in first. So that Hanover group that just won is going to be Anthony Lloyd, who was the first runner, Layden Adair, the second runner, Jaden Enderly, the third runner, and Brandon Bensueda was the fourth runner. Their time was 42.13. Coming in second was Mount St. Joseph's, third Rose Holman, fourth Manchester, and fifth Franklin. We do expect our next event to be the 1,500 meter run on the women's side, and then we'll do it on the men's side as well. We should start pretty quickly. for the women, but no one's out there ready yet. So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for the women's 1500.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt? Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We are pioneers.
We are the next generation of inventors, creators, teachers, and leaders.
We think critically,
work collaboratively,
Always learning, growing, doing.
We care deeply about people and the planet.
facing challenges together.
A place for the curious, the bold, and the go-getters.
At Transylvania University,
we pursue bold paths.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Welcome back to day 2 of the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships. We're at Berea College, and the women's have just started. Women's 1500 has just started. I'm here with Callie Swegman from Hanover College. She is the winner of the 10K, which was yesterday. So, Callie, are you done competing for this event, or do you have anything today?
I still have the 5K later today.
Okay, what's it like there to, you know, to give that much effort and energy on the first day, and then to have to turn around and be ready to compete on a second day?
I mean, it's definitely mentally and physically challenging, but I just try to stay focused on one race at a time. Like during the 10K, I wasn't thinking about running the 5K later. I was just kind of locked in on the one event.
And then what do you do in between to try to recharge a little bit and make sure that, you know, your body is ready to compete again?
Well, I just try to eat a lot of food and stay off my feet, and I tried to sleep well last night, and hopefully it works out later for the 5K.
Is there other events or, you know, friends that you love to try to watch compete in the meantime?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to watch my friends in the 1500 right now.
And who are those friends?
I think right now in this heat, my friends Cameron and Izzy are running.
What's the strategy for this particular race?
For the 1500?
Yeah, if you were running it.
I don't know. It's not really my area of expertise since I'm more long distance, but when I did run a 1500 earlier this season, my friends were like, you just got to go out hard the first lap, hold on for the next two, and then just sprint at the end. So
you did run this race earlier in this season?
Yes.
What were the circumstances that led to that? You just someone needed to fill a spot?
No, I just needed more of a mental break from the longer events. And it was nice to race something shorter, but it was definitely way out of my comfort zone.
Okay, and it does look like, is that a Hanover competitor in
that's
front?
Cameron.
Who's that?
That's Cameron.
Okay, and how's Cameron's season been?
It's been pretty good for her. She's been injured for most of the year, but she started to race a few weeks ago, and she's been doing really well.
All right. Well, with Callie Swegman from Hanover, thank you so much for your input, and congratulations on your victory yesterday. Good luck today.
Thank you.
We have Cameron Moser of Hanover that currently leads the way out front as we head into the back stretch. Here in the first section of the women's 1500.
Got 2 laps to go here in the 1,500-meter run. It's a 4-lap race, if I've got my math correct. Is a Mount St. Joseph's runner in front at the moment, and Hanover has fallen back to second with Rose-Hulman in third and fourth, and then Hanover in fifth. That's the first 5. 1 more lap to go.
As we come to the bell lap, that's Cecilia Eschman of Mount St. Joseph who has taken over the lead. Cameron Moser of Hanover remains in second.
It's Cecilia Eschman out in front for Mount St. Joseph. She's got a comfortable lead. And then there's a nice little pack fighting for second and third. Last lap here of the 1,500. We're about to get the home stretch. Mount St. Joseph looking good for that first place spot. That's Cecilia Eschman coming around on her final 100. She's going to comfortably finish first. And that's Callie's teammate coming in second. And it does look like Hanover will get second and third. And then Rose-Hulman will get fourth. Get official places and names here in a moment when I have them. Still do have runners on the track finishing up. A runner from Bluffton, a runner from Anderson, and that's Manchester as well. We do have some places. Mount St. Joseph's Cecilia Eschman, a freshman, wins the whole thing at 5:26. Cameron Mulser of Hanover in second. Izzy McClosick from Hanover in third. Kaylee Lane from Rose-Hulman. Summer Kite from Rose-Hulman in fifth. Caitlin Trotto from Earlham in sixth. Madison Murder from Anderson in seventh. Diana Stern from Rose-Hulman in eighth. Akiko Tajma from Earlham in ninth. Kaylin Backel from Franklin in 10th.
Track will be the second section of the women's 1,500.
We will have one more heat for the women in the 1,500. This will be Camden Wilson of Transylvania, Chesney Miller of Manchester, Jocelyn Onstadt of Rose-Hulman. We heard a lot from her yesterday. Mahur Raque Joyus from Berea, Sophia Chen from Manchester, Crystal Cornwell from Berea, Fiona Sodrell from Franklin, Nika Davenport from Berea, Casey Moore from Transylvania, Maggie Simmons from Transylvania, Sarah Smith from Bluffton, Emma Litzelman from Hanover, Sophie Richards from Transylvania, Sammy West from Earlham, Cleo Saltz from Earlham, and Paige Wildman from Hanover. As the pack, and it is a pack, they're very close. This will be an interesting race. Looks like we've got Hanover, 2 Hanover runners out fighting for that first spot. We've got Rose Holman up there. There was a Manchester runner up there. Jocelyn Onstadt from Rose Holman had such a good day yesterday. Still has some fight left in her, apparently. And no one really falling back yet in this race. Still Jocelyn Onstadt from Rose Holman up there near the front. I believe that's Chesney Miller from Manchester right there with her. And it actually looks like, no, I checked that, Franklin. It's Fiona Sodrell from Franklin. Right now running neck and neck with Onstadt. But there is still a significant group up there in the front, maybe 8 or so, that very much still in this race as they get going with their final lap. And Onstadt is kicking it in. She has a nice little lead, but she's getting pressed. There's appears to be 3 of them now that are fighting for that first spot. But again, still more like 8 who, let's see what they can do down the final stretch. And they come around for the home stretch here. Onstadt still in front. That's Transylvania in second, Manchester in third, Earlham in fourth, and they are all right there. A great push there at the end for Earlham College in second now, I believe. Third, check that.
Again, folks, a reminder, we are basing this on time. It is a time final between
And now Onstadt's stretching it out. Great kick. I do believe that's Chesney Miller in second. I'll confirm it as they get closer in Manchester, and she's showing a lot of fight. This is going to be a fun finish. Miller and Onstadt. And Miller's trying to pass on the inside, which is bold. Onstadt looks like she's going to have just a little more at the end. Great finish by those two. I'm sure it's not the first time those two have gone at it in a good way. That's the competitive spirit.
57-55 unofficially for Onscott and Miller in the lead. Across the tape here in the second section.
Onstop breaks the 5-minute mark. So does Miller. Casey Moore from Transylvania in third. She's right at 5 minutes. Cleo Saltz from Earlham, 5:05. Paige Wildman from Hanover in fifth. Emma Litzelman in sixth. Sarah Smith from Bluffton in seventh. Sophia Chen in eighth from Manchester. Fiona Sodrell in ninth from Franklin. Crystal Cronwall from Berea in 10th. Sophia Richards in 11th from Trancey. Nikki Davenport from in 12th. And there is the gun quickly for the men. They start at that 100 mark from where they finish. That's the 1,500 rather than 1,600. The competitors here for the men in the first heat, and there will be 3 of them. Owen Trotto from Earlham, Owen Rogers from Hanover, Michael Pacheco from Earlham, George Thacker from Transylvania, Noah Kufer from Anderson, Nathan Kovac from Mount St. Joe, Max Cobb from Anderson. And here we get the first look. And it's Earlham College and Earlham College so far. It's Owen Trotto and Michael Pacheco. And I believe it's Pacheco in front. So a great second heat there from the women. Let's see what the men can do. Isn't as much of a pack up there in the front as the leaders creating some distance early in this one. Pacheco is a freshman from Earlham. Got him in first. Followed behind by his teammate Owen Trotto in second. And Hanover's right there in third. And it's Noah Kufer from Anderson in fourth.
To go here in the first section. This is Michael Pacheco of Earlham who has the early lead going around turn number 1.
Max Cobb from Anderson, we just got to look at. He's in seventh. This is lap number 3. Pacheco in front, and it's now.
As a reminder to all athletes and coaches, we will need the top 3 finishers in each event to report. Once the event is over, we'll try to do awards as quickly as possible. As we know, athletes have more races to get to.
It's now Owen Rogers of Hanover in second, and then Owen Trotto for Earlham in third. Pacheco and then everyone else so far. If anyone's pushing him, it's Owen Rogers from Hanover. Pacheco, just a freshman. And Pacheco will finish first as suspected. Owen Rogers seems pleased with his second. The Owen Trotto in third for Hanover. Noah Kufer from Anderson in fourth. Nathan Kavach from Mount St. Joe in fifth. George Thacker from Trancey. Then Max Cobb from Anderson. We should have two more heats of the 1500 on the men's side. This next competition we expect Jacob Miller of Mount St. Joseph's, Charlie Stupel from Hanover, Caleb Savage from Anderson, Aller Rojas Hernandez from Earlham, Anthony Goff from Earlham, Nelson Zunic Kua from Berea, Micah Dodson, Bluffton, there's the gun, Kai Chalet from Franklin, RJ Thalls from Hanover, Micah Stacy from Anderson, Jack Maddox from Transylvania, Alex Paul from Hanover, and Caleb Savage from Anderson is jumping out to a Savage start. Anderson's had a tough couple days. It would be nice for them to find a top three spot in this one. There's a huge pack behind them. It's like Hanover in second and third, Franklin in fourth. Crowd's starting to get into the action here. I think they're responding to the high jump over here. The crowd is. Sorry, the long jump. Check that. Still Savage in front from Anderson.
That dates back to 2019, and that time was 3:15.76.
There's a good 10 or so behind Savage that will look to make their move in this race as we get closer to the finish. It's Franklin in second, Hanover in third and fourth. And Savage does get past. And now there are multiple runners actually who have the possibility of passing Savage. He's dropping back to fourth now. Some of the strategy here, you know, do you start out really aggressively? Do you finish really aggressively? do believe it's Kay Shelley. He's in first. And that's Earlham in second. Kay Shelley is Franklin's lone runner in this one, and he has a comfortable lead. For the next runner. There's Shelley. Earlham coming in second. Kay Shelley in first. Jacob Miller from Mount St. Joseph's in second. Anthony Goff. Check that. Anthony Goff in second. Jacob Miller in third. Tyler Rojas Hernandez in fourth.
Next up on track for the third and final section of the men's 1,500 meter run.
I'm going to stop because my board keeps changing. I'm going to make sure and get you the correct information. There we go. Savage finishes 8th. So Kay Shelley 1, Anthony Goff 2, Jacob Miller 3. Still one more for men's of the 1,500. This one we expect Jonah Decker from Franklin, Will Coggins from Manchester, Gavin Byerly from Manchester. We heard a lot from Gavin Byerly yesterday. Carter Lindfelt from Rose-Hulman, Andre Davis from Franklin, Connor Havens from Manchester, Wyatt Starkey from Rose-Hulman, Nate Very from Rose-Hulman, Nathan Furnish from Franklin, Dalton Nunn from Transylvania, Cole Davies from Manchester, Drew Campbell, Zach Lyon, Bryce Lloyd, Will Boshin, and Hammond Law, all from Rose-Hulman. And it's Franklin who has the early lead. That's Jonah Decker, followed closely behind by a couple Rose-Hulman runners and then a couple Manchester runners.
16 more competitors here in section number 3. Those include Jonah Decker of Franklin, Will Coggins of Manchester, Gavin Byerly of Manchester, Carter Lindfeld, Rose-Hulman, Andre Davis of Franklin, Connor Havens of Manchester, Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman, Nate Perry of Transylvania, Nathan Furnish of Franklin, Dalton Nunn of Transylvania, Cole Davies of Manchester, Drew Campbell of Rose-Hulman, Zach Lyon of Rose-Hulman, Bryce Lloyd from Rose-Hulman, Will Boshin, Rose-Hulman, and Hammond Law, also from Rose-Hulman. Those are the 16 competitors here in the final section of the men's 1,500.
The Rose-Hulman runner has taken the lead and is stretching it out a little bit as they're about to come right in front of us for the second time. And that is Byerly from Manchester in second. And again, he had such a good day yesterday. We're getting our third look at the pack, and there's still a lot of runners up there in the front. It's anyone's race at this point. But it is Hammond Law from Rose-Hulman in first. Gavin Byerly from Manchester trying to make his move. One more lap to go, and lots of movement to watch. Actually, I believe we've got a different Rose-Hulman runner out in front now, with Byerly chasing him. I think that's Will Boshin from Rose-Hulman with the command at the moment. And I think that's Nate Very from Trancey in the third spot. And now they're in a dead-on sprint, and all the attention comes this last 100 yards. It's Rose-Hulman in first. Byerly's making his move. He's going to finish strong here. And Nate Very will finish strong as well from Trancey. Little excitement there. Great finish. It will be Byerly in first. Nate Very in second. Bryce Lloyd in third. For Rose-Hulman, that's Connor Havens, fourth from Manchester. Carter Linfelt, fifth from Rose-Hulman. Will Coggins, sixth from Manchester.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we need some help with the hurdles, please, as we will be moving into our 100 hurdles. This will be the third and final call for that event.
We will get a look at the women's 100-meter hurdles finals and the men's 110-meter hurdles finals coming up. But first, let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Poached egg on avocado toast.
Ew. Your flash fried porgy over chips.
Ew.
Your fresh Maine lobster with microgreens.
When the only thing your 8-year-old will eat is waffles.
She's fine. She's fine.
Your waffles, milady.
It matters where you stay.
Yum.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity. And that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
HCAC.tv here. We are at the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships. Chris Schumerth here, and I'm with Jocelyn Onstop from Rose-Hulman. She has won the 1,500 meter on the women's side. First of all, congratulations, Jocelyn. Thanks for agreeing to a conversation.
Thank you.
So I assume those are competitors that you are familiar with, that you've been competing with at least for the last couple months, if not, maybe for many years. What was your strategy going into the race?
My strategy was just try to not take it out and accelerate on the second 2 laps.
What do you mean by try to not take it out?
I did not want to be the person leading.
Okay, interesting. And at what point does that shift in terms of your own intention?
Like the indoor meet, it got a little crazy behind me, and you can kind of hear it. And every time I was every stride, my shoes were getting hit. So it's eventually either I'm going to get spiked badly or I have to go.
And getting spiked, is that sort of a normal part of the deal?
When everyone decides they don't want to lead, yes.
So that pack is a pretty dangerous place to be, in other words.
If you're not near the front of it, yeah.
You competed yesterday. Your name was called multiple times. Are you now done for the event, or do you have anything else going on?
I have the 800, and maybe the 5K, and I'm an alternate for the 4x4.
Maybe a 5K, she says. Do you have anything left for those races?
Hopefully.
Jocelyn Onstott, congratulations. Thank you so much for coming up to the booth for a moment.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
We're now waiting for the women's 100-meter hurdle finals. We did see a couple heats yesterday in this event, but today we get to see the finals. So we're down to the last 8. And the competitors that we're going to see are Irene Lima Maduena, Ashia Maddox, Katie Rittberger, Narendra Samikula from Rose-Hulman, Coco Trulove from Manchester, Natalie Day from Hanover, Jernisha Lewis from Berea, and Gabby Parrish from Hanover. And they're about to get down on their blocks. And again, the way these worked yesterday, so you got to win your heat, and then the next 5 best times. I believe that's how we landed here with these 8. Gun is raised. And they're off. So Rose-Hulman in front. Anderson and Manchester in second and third right now.
And it looks like Narendra and Rose-Hulman will take home first here in the women's 100 hurdles. Get the unofficial time here in just a few moments. 16:03 for Narendra Simakula coming in.
Narendra Simakula from Rose-Hulman in first. Coco Trulove from Manchester in second. Katie Rittberger from Anderson in third. And Natalie Day from Hanover in fourth. Jernisha Lewis from Berea in fifth. Gabby Parrish in sixth. Ashia Maddox from Berea in seventh. And Irene Maduena from Rose-Hulman in eighth. We will go right into the men's here, the finals as well. We did not see a men's 110-meter hurdles yesterday, which must have meant that we only had 8 competitors. Looks like we have a pause in the action here, so we are going to take a break. We'll be right back with these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the finalists in our men's 110-meter hurdles. And lane number 1 will be Luke.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
That's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Manny made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Welcome back to Berea College for the HCAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Chris Schumerth here with HCAC.TV, and we are preparing for the men's 110-meter hurdle finals. The competitors that you'll see out there are Luke Hommel from Hanover, Chris Renee from Manchester, Logan Phillips from Rose-Hulman, Desmond Gist from Bluffton, Grady Shea from Hanover, William Fleck from Rose-Hulman, Quincy Gibson from Berea, and J.C. Nutt from Bluffton. Gun is raised, and we are about ready for a start. The hurdle lengths have been adjusted from men's to women's. get a false start here. We had some false start problems yesterday with the men's in the 100-meter dash. No disqualifications. I believe it takes 2 false starts to be disqualified. Or at least that's what it was for that particular event. And yeah, he's walking over there with his yellow card. Explaining his decision. That's J.C. Nutt from Bluffton, who just got the talking to. In the 8th lane. So we're going to do it again. And you can certainly see why it would be in these quick events that you get the false starts. So the margin of error is the smallest. Where a start can make or break the race itself. Here we go. No false starts this time. That is Bluffton out in front. Hanover second. Rose-Hulman third. As some of those hurdles come down. That's Desmond Gist in first for Bluffton. Grady Shea in second for Hanover. William Fleck in third for Rose-Hulman. Logan Phillips fourth for Rose-Hulman. Chris Renee in fifth from Manchester. Quincy Gibson in sixth from Berea. J.C. Nutt in seventh from Bluffton. And Luke Hummel in eighth from Hanover. We're preparing now for the women's 400-meter dash. Should get going pretty quickly. Followed by that will be followed by the men's 400-meter dash.
Lane number 1 belongs to Hannah Cox of Transylvania. Lane number 2, Abby Rose, Transylvania. And lane number 3, from Berea, Kamaya Blair. And lane number 4 will be Rose Talbot of Rose-Hulman, who comes in with the fastest seeded time of 57.1 from yesterday's prelims. In lane number 5, we have Olivia Sparks of Transylvania. Lane number 6 will be Kristen Fishley of Berea. In lane number 7, Katerina Kovalevskaya of Berea. And lane number 8 from Rose-Hulman, Jada Hunter-Hay.
You can, yeah. The power cable's fine. Try to keep off the SDI if you can.
You see the record for this particular event, Jada Stansberry from Anderson in 2023, not that long ago, 57.5. So we'll monitor these times. See if anyone threatens Stansbury's record. And I do now have the competitors in front of me. It's going to be Hannah Cox from Transylvania, Abby Rowe from Transylvania, Kamaya Blair from Berea, Rose Talbert from Rose-Hulman, Olivia Sparks from Transylvania, Kristen Fishley from Berea, Katerina Kavalaskeva from Berea, and Jada Hunter-Hayes from Rose-Hulman. Again, we are at the point in this competition where these are races that these ladies have run already yesterday, just to qualify for their shot today. We are running slightly behind, so it isn't a timing issue that's preventing us from going here. During this pause in the action, we will take a break, so we'll be right back after this with the women's 400-meter dash.
Myers, Vice President of IndianaSRN. Thanks for joining us. Do you know IndianaSRN broadcasts 350 games a year? All sorts of sports? Yeah, we do. Hard to believe, isn't it? IndianaSRN loves to put student athletes first on our website. If you're a business out there, we probably could help you too. Contact us at coach@indianasrn.org. Grandma from out of state thanks you. Mom and Dad who can't get to the game thanks you as well. In fact, our athletes watch the games over and over again. Our military has enjoyed the games as well. So sit back and enjoy the game. It's IndianaSRN.
Women's 400 about to start here. The ladies are lined up, although something went wrong there because several of them stood up. It looked like we were going to get going. One of the judges had some sort of issue with what they were seeing. Gun is behind them on this one, which is interesting. You're not looking, you're listening. Only one lap here. And number 1 and number 2 distinguish themselves distinguishing themselves from the pack quickly. They have to stay in the same lane the whole way. That's Rose Holman in front for the final 100. Trancy right behind. And Berea will come in third, it looks like, and maybe fourth as well. It's going to be Rose Talbert in first, 55.87. Olivia Sparks in second, 57.68. Kamaya Blair from Berea in third, 59.51. Kristen Fishley from Berea at the 1 minute mark. Jada Hunter-Hayes right behind her from Rose Holman. And then Abby Rowe. We'll go right into the men's 400. We're at the finals stage, so less heat involved. Starts to move pretty quickly. The competitors we expect to see here: Dylan Pratt from Anderson, Luke Paddock from Franklin, Logan McIntosh from Franklin, Stephen Scott from Franklin, Andrew Shields from Rose Holman, Russell Lowe from Bluffton, Jaden Enderler from Enderley from Hanover, and Glor Museba from Berea. Two seniors out there, everyone else freshmen and sophomores. Strong representation from Franklin. After this race, I'll try to get you some overall team scores in the meet. Go. The one-lap sprint. And it's going to be a close finish. It's like Bluffton in front, Franklin in second, Rose Holman in third, assuming it stays that way. Stephen Scott from Franklin snuck in there in the first place spot with a strong finish, 48.55. Russell Lowe from Bluffton right behind him, 48.84. Andrew Shields from Rose Holman, 49.43. And Glor Museba from Berea with 50.6. 86.06. Logan McIntosh, Luke Paddock, Anderson's Dylan Pratt, and Hanover's Jaden Enderly round out the field of 8. The 100-meter dash will be next, but it doesn't look like we're quite set up there. Good time to check in on the scores overall for the meet. For the men, with 9 of 20 events total scored, it's Rose Holman out in front comfortably. 120 is their point total. Manchester has 82. Hanover has 60. Bluffton 27. Franklin 25. Mount St. Joseph 10. Transylvania 10. Anderson 8. And Berea 8. On the women's side, we've got 10 of 20 events scored, and it's Rose Holman in front, 87.5. Manchester, 83, so very close between those two. Hanover, 67. Transylvania, 37. Earlham, 30. Berea, 29.5. Mount St. Joseph, 22. Bluffton, 20. Anderson and Franklin with 7 each. A little bit more competitive on the women's side. With another pause, we are going to take another break, but we'll be right back with the women's 100-meter dash.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We are pioneers.
We are the next generation of inventors, creators, teachers, and leaders.
We think critically,
work collaboratively,
always learning, growing, doing.
We care deeply about people and the planet.
facing challenges together.
A place for the curious, the bold, and the go-getters.
At Transylvania University,
we pursue bold paths.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
The women are lined up for the 100-meter dash here at Berea College. This is the HCAC Championships, day 2. So we get the finals today. The competitors in this one, Jana Blakely from Manchester, Aisha Maddox from Berea, Kamaya Blair from Berea, Olivia Sparks from Transylvania, Rose Talbert from Rose-Hulman, Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman, Coco Truelove from Manchester. We've called her name a number of times. Ileana Hernandez from Rose-Hulman. There's the gun. Here we go. It is Rose-Hulman with the lead early. And it would appear the finish. It's Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman, 12.55. She'll be the first place finish. In terms of the results, there seems to be a little bit of a delay, and that's because Alex Adams was the clear winner, and then after that it got muddled. Looks like Ileana Hernandez gets second, her teammate, so Rose-Hulman takes the top 2 spots.
First, we'll begin with the women's 1,500-meter run. Finishing in 8th place today was Sophia Chen of Manchester. In 7th place was Sarah Smith of Bluffton. In 6th place, from Hanover, Emma Litzenman. In 5th place, Paige Wildman of Hanover. In 4th place, Cleo Schultz of Erlangen. And a top 3, finishing in 3rd place from Transylvania.
So Olivia Sparks in 3rd from Transylvania in the 100-meter dash. Ashia Maddox from Berea in 4th.
Chesney Miller.
And by the way, just a correction, Coco Truelove from Manchester got second.
Rose-Hulman in 4:57.16. Jocelyn Onstock.
The men are getting ready for their 100-meter dash. And this is the event yesterday that we had not 1 but 2 false starts in one of the heats. Not from the same competitor, so no disqualification.
Men's high jumpers to report. You'll have to put your takedown by 2:15, and the event will begin at 2:45.
The women are still going in the long jump. That's right in front of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your finalists in the men's 100-meter dash. In lane number 1, Kenneth Red of Manchester. In lane number 2, Caleb Collier-Smith of Berea. In lane number 3 will be Gentry Oliver of Manchester. In lane number 4 will be Brandon Bensuda of Hanover. In lane number 5, Braden Wilkins of Franklin. Lane number 6, Kendrick Scherer of Mount St. Joseph. Lane number 7, Desmond Gist of Bluffton.
Here's your competitors for this one. It's Kenneth Redd from Manchester, Caleb Collier-Smith from Berea, Gentry Oliver from Manchester, Brandon Bensueda from Hanover, Braden Wilkins from Franklin, Kendrick Scherer from Mount St. Joseph's, Desmond Gist from Bluffton, and Diego Yun from Mount St. Joe. So Mount St. Joe's been quiet the last couple days, but they get 2 competitors in the finals for the 100-meter dash.
Okay. Alrighty. Keith is sending us the Rose Holman coach. He said he's on his way up. Okay. Probably, yeah. Good, how are you? You the Rose Holman coach? I'm just not letting you eat lunch. Oh, sorry to interrupt that. Yeah, come on in, and that headset. Ready for result.
Before you talk. Now you can put it on.
We can have Will Moshin of Rose Holman, please make your way to the podium.
And we have Rose Holman's coach, Shane Mills, with us in the booth momentarily. Shane, so thanks so much for joining us.
Yep, no problem.
How have you evaluated your teams day 1 and day 2?
Our student athletes are really performing at a high level. They're doing everything that they can possibly do, and I'm proud just watching them. The day is not over yet, but yeah, they're doing everything like great. You know, Rose Holman has some of the best scholar athletes. You know, they work really hard in the classroom, but they also, you know, show up at the meet day and perform at a high level as well.
Rose Holman does lead on both the men's and women's sides in the team scores from the events that we have so far. They have 101.5 points on the women's side and 126 points on the men's side. What about in this 100-meter race? Do we have any of your competitors out there?
Unfortunately not. We don't have anyone in the 100 this year, but look out for us next year.
Okay, all right, good deal. What are you watching, you know, in terms of what hasn't happened yet? What are you looking forward to? What competitors of yours have yet to perform?
Everyone pretty much competed yesterday, so today it'll just be a few of our guys just doubling up on a few events. We got some more distance events showing up too as well. Shout out to Coach Derek Lawrence. He's the head cross-country coach, but he works for the distance athletes. There is a few more distance events showing up for them, and I'm looking forward to see that. We got the 4x4 is one of my favorite events. I'm excited to see that as well. Rose, who just went 55.8, she'll be on the 4x4, so I'm excited to see what she does. But yeah, all our athletes are really showing up and doing a great job. As a coach, I just look for our athletes to show up, you know, with some sportsmanship, give it all they got. So, you know, I'm not really looking for particular scores or marks. I just want to see them show up, have a lot of fun, and, you know, give it all they got.
You are having, you know, results, getting outcomes. What about your program over the long haul and maybe the course of the year, not just, you know, week, but yeah, I'm sure that's not just done in one day. Yeah, what about your program is going well right now?
I would say we have a program full of learners. You know, they're willing to show up to practice. When I come up with, you know, new workouts or, you know, change up the philosophy or change up the workouts and things like that, they're always buying in. So I'll say that's the key to our team. You know, for example, Allie Smith right now, who's long jumping, she originally joined the program to be a 400, 200 girl. And I saw her one day and I was like, hey, Allie, I think you should try the triple jump and the long jump. And she tried it out and she started practicing it literally 2 weeks before the indoor championships, and she did a great job. And that's a great example of just, you know, having a team full of lifelong learners and athletes that are willing to, you know, try new things and buy in as well.
That's Rose Holman head coach Shane Mills.
Yep.
Got it right? Okay, good. Thank you so much, Shane, for joining us in the booth. And I heard that we interrupted your lunch, so all the more thank you, and good luck the rest of this meet.
Thank you, guys.
While we're talking, we did have the men's 100-meter dash there. It looks like Brandon Bensueda from Hanover with 10.76 in first. Kendrick Scherer from Mount St. Joseph's 10.89 in second. Desmond Gist from Bluffton 10.93 in third. Braden Wilkins, Franklin 11.02 in fourth. Caleb Collier-Smith from Berea 11.04 in fifth. Gentry Oliver from Manchester 11.06 in sixth, and Kenneth Rudd from Manchester 11.08. Not much time between these runners. Diego Yun 11.16, Mount St. Joseph's in eighth. Should be looking at the women's 800-meter run next. And again, that's like many of these events, something we saw yesterday to narrow down to today's finals.
Champion in the 1500 meters, his second win of the weekend. In the 4:03.52 from Manchester University, Gavin Byerly.
The runners we expect to see compete in these 800-meter finals: McKenna Bessler from Rose-Hulman, Emma Litzman from Hanover, Chesney Miller from Manchester, Jocelyn Onstadt, who we got to talk to earlier today, from Rose-Hulman, Kristen Fishley from Berea, Paige Wildman from Hanover, Casey Moore from Transylvania, and Julia Gooding from Mount St. Joseph.
You've got a guest coming.
Qualifying here for the finals of the women's 800. Your 8 finalists today: McKenna Bessler of Rose-Hulman, Emma Litzelman of Hanover, Chesney Miller of Manchester, Jocelyn Onstadt of Rose-Hulman, Kristen Fishley of Berea, Paige Wildman of Hanover, Casey Moore of Transylvania, and Julia Gooding of Mount St. Joseph.
We do have another winning athlete with us. Glad to have Gavin Byerly up here in the tent. Competitor from Manchester who just won the 1500 meter on the men's side. Gavin, first of all, thanks for taking the time. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
We saw some action from you yesterday as well. Are you done now, or do you have anything else?
I'm planning on running the 800 in about 15 minutes, and then I'll take on the 5K as well.
Okay, so lots more happening from your end. How do you kind of pace yourself throughout the course of a 2-day meet like that in terms of the different events that you're participating in?
I definitely take care of my body, stay hydrated, get some good sleep, and then for the race, I try to conserve as much energy as possible. Just kind of try to win it in the slowest time possible.
Win it in the slowest time possible. You don't hear that said very often, but maybe that's because we're not in the thick of the conversations that that track runners are having all the time. But one thing I did notice about your particular race is, at what point did you take that lead? You certainly weren't in the lead early on. What is your strategy, your approach for some of these races?
I'm a big sit-and kicker, so I usually stay in like second, third, fourth place for most of the race. Let the leader do the work, and then I'll generally last 200 meters to 400 meters. I'll start kicking it in. So
how do you practice for that? Because I'm sure you got some good competitors at Manchester who you're able to run for. But yeah, how do you prepare yourself to have that in the tank so that you can finish strong like that?
It's kind of all in the training. So my coach is really good about setting ourselves up for having a strong last lap, and so it's kind of all thanks to my coach. set me up for that.
So you mentioned that you're about to run the 800. We're about to see the women 800 meter before your race. But yeah, what's something unique or interesting about the 800 in particular that someone who doesn't run track might not know?
Well, I'd say for our conference, it's kind of unknown who the winner might be, just because it's, you know, people have probably already ran the 1500. There's some people that have run the steeplechase in this race, so it's kind of all who can really, you know, pick up the pace and kind of just grind through tired legs and stuff.
Well, good luck in the 800. Thanks so much again for taking the time. Congratulations on your success so far, and we wish you the best in whatever you're competing for the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's Gavin Byerly from Manchester, who won the 1500 meter for the men's. He's got to hustle down and get ready for the 800 meter now as well. We're currently waiting for the start of the women's 800 meter run, which was scheduled for 2:15. We still got a couple minutes to get to that point, so I imagine that's why the pause. And so we are going to take a break, but we'll be right back with the women's 800 meter run.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Manny made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Poached egg on avocado toast.
Ew. Your flash-fried porgy over chips.
Ew.
Your fresh Maine lobster with microgreens.
When the only thing your 8-year-old will eat is waffles.
She's fine. She's fine.
Your waffles, milady.
It matters where you stay.
Yum.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
We are about to see the women's 800-meter run here at the HCAC Conference Championships at Berea College in Kentucky. This is day 2. All finals until we get to the 5,000-meter run later. It's a 2-lap race. They can move over into that inside lane, I believe, at about the 100-meter mark, as you'll see. A number of them flock over.
Ready two. Take 2.
We heard from Jocelyn Onsta, who's now in second, that she tries not to be in the lead early in a race, and she is following her own instructions. Right up there to where she can compete, but she's not in the lead. And that's Hanover. Emma Litzman. This will be an interesting finish because they're all in a pack. There's not much distance between them for this second lap, which I'm sure will get very competitive. It's Paige Wildman for Hanover in front. And you could sense that she knew she would have Onstadt behind her, and she did. Onstadt passes her, but now she gets passed. There's 6 of them up there together. That's Manchester in front. Onstadt kicking it in. Those two have been going at it all day, and they'll do it again. That's just great competition between those two. Jocelyn Onstadt looks like does sneak by Chesney Miller at the end. Similar finish in the 1500. You can see Miller's collapse at the end as Onstadt goes over to congratulate her. Hope she's not hurt. Got Jocelyn Onstadt with first place finished. Chesney Miller with the second place. Officially, the difference between those two is 0.11 seconds. Casey Moore in third, Kristen Fishley from Berea in fourth, Paige Wildman from Hanover in fifth, Julia Gooding from Mount St. Joe in sixth, Emma Litzman in seventh, and McKenna Bessler from Rose-Hulman in eighth. As we now await the men's 800-meter run and the finals. We'll see if Gavin Beverly can do what Jocelyn Onstadt has done. With a few minutes still until it's time for the men's race, we are going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Poached egg on avocado toast.
Ew.
Your flash-fried porgy over chips.
Ew.
Your fresh Maine lobster with microgreens.
When the only thing your 8-year-old will eat is waffles.
She's fine. She's fine.
Your waffles, milady.
It matters where you stay.
Yum.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Myers, Vice President of IndianaSRN. Thanks for joining us. Do you know IndianaSRN broadcasts 350 games a year? All sorts of sports? Yeah, we do. Hard to believe, isn't it? IndianaSRN loves to put student athletes first on our website. If you're a business out there, we probably could help you too. Contact us at coach@IndianaSRN.org. Grandma from out of state thanks you. Mom and Dad who can't get to the game thanks you as well. In fact, our athletes watch the games over and over again. Our military has enjoyed the games as well. So sit back and enjoy the game. It's IndianaSRN.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
An active athlete looking for enhanced performance, comfort, and recovery? Then Skins is the perfect choice for you. Our revolutionary sports compression product provides better oxygen flow in your muscles.
The 800-meter men's finals. This is what you're seeing. Brady Soka from Rose-Hulman, Elliot Goff from Franklin, Nate Very from Transylvania, Austin Gatewood from Berea, Gavin Byerly, who we just spoke to from Manchester, Alejandro Clark from Rose-Hulman, Ethan Rose from Earlham, Dalton Nunn from Transylvania. As we await this final turn for the first lap, you can see that Byerly is in third. That's Berea in front, and Earlham second. Franklin pushing for third. We're going to get a very interesting second lap here as the pack is all together. Not much distance between anybody yet. Let's see when they make their move. And there goes Byerly. What do you know? Tries to win the race with the slowest time possible, he told us, which doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it actually does if you're running several events over the course of 2 days. You don't want to expend energy that you don't need to expend. He's going to need it here to hold off the field. But you can see him kind of glancing over his shoulder to see, does he need to kick it in at the end or not? He's doing exactly what he told us he would do. And he wins it. Impressive couple of days for Gavin Byerly. 1:55.84 is his time. Ethan Rose, 1:56 from Earlham. In the second spot, Austin Gatewood from Berea, 1:56.58 in the third spot. Alejandro Clark from Rose-Hulman, 1:58.02 in fourth. Elliot Goff in fifth, 1:58.03. Nate Very, 2 minutes from Trancey. Then Dalton Nunn in seventh, and Brady Soka in eighth from Rose-Hulman. That does it for the men's 800, and we will move on to the women's 400-meter hurdles. Chalk that up as one more event that I would want nothing to do with as a competitor. We'll need to do some setup for that. So with the anticipated break, we will take our own break, and we will be back.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Lewis of Berea. And lane number 8, Gabby Parrish.
400 meters with frickin' hurdles.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We
pioneers.
We are the next generation of inventors, creators, teachers, and leaders.
We think critically,
work collaboratively,
always learning, growing, doing.
We care deeply about people and the planet.
Facing challenges together.
A place for the curious, the bold, and the go-getters.
At Transylvania University,
we pursue bold paths.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
The hurdles are set up for the women's 400-meter hurdles at the HCAC Championships, Day 2. So everything we're watching are finals until we get to the women's 500-meter run, and then it'll be different heats against different heats, winners determined by times. Competitors in this one: Jakisha Lewis from Berea, Peyton Tan from Transylvania, Katie Rittberger from Anderson, Natalie Day from Hanover, Jada Hunter-Hayes from Rose-Hulman, J.C. Sones from Anderson, Jernisha Lewis from Berea, and Gabby Parrish from Hanover. While we wait, some score updates, as we do have another event scored. On the men's side, with 11 of the 20 events scored, it's Rose-Hulman still way out in front with 126. Manchester in second with 87. We did talk to Rose-Hulman's coach, Shane Mills, earlier. Hanover's in third, 71. Franklin fourth with 47. Bluffton fifth, 41. Mount St. Joseph 19. Berea in seventh with 17. Anderson in 8th with 10, and Transy is tied with Anderson with 10. On the men's side, or on the women's side, Rose-Hulman also has a comfortable lead there, 116.5. Manchester in second 94. Hanover in third with 67. Transylvania in fourth with 55. Berea in fifth with 49.5. Earlham in sixth with 30. Mount St. Joe in seventh with 22. Bluffton 20. Anderson and Franklin in ninth, tied with 7 points. And there we go with the 400-meter hurdles. Appears to be Berea out in front. No longer. Now I believe it's Hanover with the lead. Rose Holman right behind her. Natalie Day for Hanover. Anderson in third and fourth. Anderson will pick up some points there. It's going to be Natalie Day in first, 107.75. Jada Hunter-Hayes for Rose Holman with 109.02. J.C. Sones from Anderson right behind Hunter-Hayes with 109.66. And then Katie Ripberger for Anderson right behind her teammate, 111.78. Peyton Tan from Transylvania, 113.61. Jernacia Lewis from Berea, 116.29. She falls back. Gabby Parrish from Hanover, 117.58. And Jakeisha Lewis from Berea, 128.63. We should go right here into the men's 400 meters hurdles. And they are lined up. The long jump is right in front of us, and you guys get a glimpse there. The men's long jump earlier today. The women's competing now. We do have the competitors in front of us now for the men's 400-meter hurdles. It's going to be Renner Barnes from Rose Holman, James DeMarco from Rose Holman, Quincy Gibson from Berea, Grady Shea from Hanover, Robert Russell from Berea, Logan Phillips from Rose Holman, Chris Renee from Manchester, and Joaquin Batista from Anderson.
They're still getting set up too. Can you show me something else? I was talking to
While we wait for the correct time for this particular race, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
You're looking at the competitors for the men's 400-meter hurdles. You may also be hearing some crowd reaction. They're responding to the women's long jump. You see the record holder, Alex Gill, Anderson University, 2004. Speaking of Anderson, they have some representation in the top 3 in this event so far. It's Rose Holman in first right now, followed closely behind by Hanover and Berea. Rose Holman and Hanover neck and neck in this final stretch. They'll come down to sprinting. We'll get that finish for you in a moment. And my board says it's Hanover, Grady Shea, who gets first. Logan Phillips from Rose Holman in second. The difference between the two, 0.14 seconds. Quincy Gibson from Berea in third. James DeMarco from Rose Holman in fourth. Chris Renee in fifth. Joaquin Bautista from Anderson in sixth. Brenna Barnes from Rose Holman in seventh. And Robert Russell from Berea in eighth. And now we will be moving some hurdles off the track. And while they do that, we will take another break.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we have
This place has been a huge part of my life, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be moving forward. I'll always take a piece of the mountain with me. Whether in the classroom or on the field, my coaches and professors had my back and always pushed me to climb higher. Now, I can't wait to light the way for my students and help them achieve their dreams.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Hanover College. Founded in 1827, Hanover is Indiana's oldest private four-year college. Hanover is a nationally recognized liberal arts college with core strengths in the natural and life sciences, education, and business. This breathtaking 650-acre campus sits on a bluff above the Ohio River in Hanover, Indiana. Hanover's approach to the liberal arts allows students to combine their academic interests. Students can even design their own majors. Students have so many opportunities to try classes, clubs, and other activities to pursue their passions. Students connect and get involved in so many ways, whether it be through classes, meals, athletics, and clubs, or even campus jobs. You definitely can find your niche right here at Hanover. Hanover really does have a place for you to be yourself and be known. Welcome to Hanover College. This is the College Tour.
Now it's just up to you to go visit the campus. Go Panthers.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Mandy made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
We are back at Berea College, day 2 of the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships, and I'm sitting next to Rose Holman's Narindwa Semakula, who is the winner of the 100-meter hurdles on the women's side. First of all, Narindwa, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very exciting. How have you evaluated your team so far? How's it going these couple days?
It's been going really good. Everybody has been running very well. We are very much a team-based team, if that makes sense. So we cheer on each other like nobody's business, and I think everybody has just been feeding off of everyone's positive energy. So it's been a really good 2 days for us so far.
Have you been down here to Berea College before?
I have not, no. This is
first time.
This is my first time down here. I think it's my whole team's first time down here.
My first time too. So is there strategy in the 100-meter dash, and if so, what is it?
You just have to get out and go. Especially with the hurdles, you have to kind of treat it like a sprint because you are sprinting. It is a sprint race. You just have obstacles in your way. So you just have to run through and sprint through, and don't worry so much about like falling over the hurdle or anything, because if you worry about that, then it'll probably happen. So you just kind of have to run through, go all the way through the finish line. Don't look at the hurdles when you're running. Look straight, and then you should be good.
You don't look at the hurdles when you're jumping over them?
No, you have to look over the hurdles.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And what percentage of your practice time would you say is working on kind of the form of getting over the hurdles versus just the necessity of sprinting?
For me, it's actually half and half. So
Okay.
like half of the week we will do sprint work, and then the other half we will do technique and hurdle work. And then a little bit of the time we'll do both in one workout. So we'll do like sprint hurdle workouts.
We won't get you in trouble by telling your team who you choose, but do you have a favorite teammate to watch compete?
I don't. I like watching all my teammates compete. I think everybody has a different type of energy when they run, and it's really fun to see like how it changes after every athlete, and especially like when people run best times and you can see like their face light up because I can see how hard they have worked throughout the whole season. And so for it to come down here, we're at the conference championship and they're getting best times, and it's just really cool to see their excitement after they run.
Do you have anything else to compete in today?
No, I am done for the day.
You're done for the day. Is that a good feeling?
Yes, it is.
Well, congratulations again. Thanks so much for spending a few minutes with us, and good luck to your team the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right, nice job. Thank you. Oh, you can take us back to break if you want.
That's Narindwa Samakula from Rose Holman, who kindly joined us for a few minutes. We do have some time before our next event, so we are going to take another break, and we'll be back.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We are pioneers.
We are the next generation of inventors, creators, teachers, and leaders.
We think critically,
work collaboratively,
Always learning, growing, doing.
We care deeply about people and the planet.
facing challenges together.
a place for the curious, the bold, and the go-getters.
At Transylvania University,
we pursue bold paths.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Welcome back. We're at Berea College. Baseball competition just beyond the track. It's the HCAC championships for the outdoor track. We are about to watch the 200-meter dash on the women's side first, and then we'll get the men after the women. We do have some updates in terms of team scores with 13 of 20 scored events. It's Rose Holman still comfortably in the lead. Manchester comfortably in second. Hanover in third. And then on the women's side, Rose Holman also leads there. Manchester is also in second there, and Hanover is also in third. The competitors in this 200, which just started: Ileana Hernandez, Abby Rowe, Alex Adams, Rose Tolbert, Olivia Sparks, Camilla Blair, Ashia Maddox, and Katarina Kovalevskaya. And it is Transylvania and Rose Holman competing to the finish in this one. Looks like Rose Holman's gonna get it, but Transylvania, a valiant effort there. And again, Transylvania's had a quiet couple of days, but good to see them get some points. Looks like it's Rose Talbert of Rose Holman, Olivia Sparks of Transylvania, Alex Adams of Rose Holman in third, Abby Rowe of Transylvania in fourth, and Ileana Hernandez in 5th. So Rose Holman and Transylvania get the first 5 spots, and then it's Ashia Maddox from Berea in 6th.
In lane number 1 will be Russell Lowe of Bluffton. Lane number 2 will be Caleb Collier-Smith of Berea.
Should go pretty quickly here into the men's.
In lane number 4, Brandon Bensuda of Hanover. In lane number 5, Kenneth Red of Manchester. In lane number 6, Desmond Gist of Bluffton. In lane number 7, from Franklin, Braden Wilkins. And in lane number 8, Diego Young of Mount St. Joseph.
Cody from Berea is coming up. Not too tall.
Coach? Or like the AD?
I think he's the assistant AD. He'll tell you, but
we do have some time.
34. Hey Cody, come on back. Got a headset ready for you. Oh, well, I mean, Chris will just have you a couple.
We'll just ask since you're the host, how the event's going, and how we got through the weather delays, and
He said just talk about some of the volunteers.
Yeah.
How the event's going, the staffing's helping out.
What's your last name?
Riley. It's K-O-T-Y-R-A-Y.
And what is your are you the AD or?
I'm the assistant AD.
Officials and paying officials. Yeah, when you put that on, and I start asking you questions, we're rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask that the top 3
Got Cody Riley here from the host, Berea College. He's the assistant athletic director. He's been working diligently to put this whole thing on. So first of all, this is the first time you guys have hosted this event. It's your first year in the HCAC. How's that first year gone from your perspective?
It's going good. The HCAC staff or admins, Jay Jones and Grace and Ben, they've been very welcoming. They've been great. They've been very supportive. So they're the type of people, if you have a question or whatnot, pick up the phone, call them personally. They've dropped what they've been doing to help us put on a successful track meet, especially this first year. Didn't really know how it was going to go in the new conference, but we've got so many hands on deck. Everybody just kind of chips in, and we make it happen.
How did you guys get to be the hosts for this thing?
That's a great question. I didn't think we were supposed to be the first year, but it ended up just the rotations, how I guess they ended up. We ended up hosting. So I think it's been good. We've had a lot of good feedback. Officials have been good. Volunteers have been good. The student athletes, coaches have been very respectful. So we always like putting it on. After it's on, leading up to it, it's a little overwhelming getting everything ready. But it's been great, man. It's been good. From bus drivers I've talked to hotels and reservations to food. It's been great.
What, maybe in this past week, were you doing to prepare for this event? And then, day of, what are you running around doing?
Yeah, so leading up to the event, all the steeplechases, for example, myself and Kyle Emberton, we repainted all those. We fixed fence down there at Throws. We've done stuff to the steeplechase, like the jump pit or whatever. We've made repairs. We've had sections of our track repainted. For this, we've mowed, we've weed eated. I mean, it's been a lot. Now the day of, it's like the little things that you need to get done. So like tickets, for example, we were just doing card only there for the longest time, but then people started bringing in cash and whatnot. So like we had to pivot, had to go up, get our cash box ready because not everybody was carrying a card. So we pivoted, we adjusted that way. That was good. One-offs. They needed tables for the awards, so running to get tables. go upstairs. We had that rain delay yesterday, letting everybody into the arena, making the announcements when we're going to restart. So yesterday was at 6:35, so it was just one delay, which was good. And so just trying to tailor to everybody the day of, whatever the coaches need, whatever the teams need, whatever the conference in general needs. If officials need something, that's myself and Kyle and Desiree and Ryan Hess, our AD. We try to meet people where they're at and kind of provide what they need.
You mentioned some of the conference officials. You mentioned the bus drivers. Who are some of the unsung heroes of putting something like this on?
Well, I have to give a shout out to Chris Thomas. He actually works here at Berea with us. He's the lead official. So he and Mike Thomas work diligently together for the weeks leading up to it. So they'll send me the official list. So I'm booking their rooms and food and whatnot. But I got to give credit to Chris Thomas. He always gets the officials in order. I don't really have to work much. I just got to pay him at the end. And so that's what I'll be doing Monday, writing checks for all these officials. It takes a while, but you got to do it. But yeah, as far as the officials and whatnot, Chris Thomas has been good. He's always been good, and we're thankful to have him.
Who's the baseball team playing over there?
Manchester.
Okay, so we got an HCAC matchup right across the street going on. What's maybe something about Berea College that the average HCAC person maybe doesn't know, because you guys are new? What should we know about Berea College? What kind of institution is this?
Yeah, so liberal arts college, no student pays tuition, actually.
I learned that yesterday.
So, yeah, every admitted student, in-state, out-of-state, doesn't matter. They get the no tuition promise scholarship. It's valued at around $180,000. So students are essentially only responsible for housing and meals and books, and that derives from.
How come you guys didn't recruit me when I was in high school?
Man, we're a day late and $1 short. I wish we would have. But so they're only responsible for, the housing and meals and books and whatnot. But that's from their FAFSA, whatever their adjusted gross income, and the FAFSA, the federal government, they put a number together, the AGI or AI. Index or whatever, and so say that comes back at $1,000 for a family. They're paying $500 in the fall, $500 in the spring. So that's a little bit about Berea. About 1,600 students. Average class size is anywhere from 12 to 15 or so. We were the first college in the South to allow men and women, black and white, to essentially study in the same space. John G. Fee, founder, Bracken County native, Bracken County, Kentucky. Native, and so that's been the mission. The mission's always been to serve lower income students, but students that are academically competitive, and then in our case, academically competitive and just a competitive student athlete or an athlete.
We got the 200-meter dash coming around here, so we'll get a look at the finish, and it looks like Hanover in front, Bluffton in second, but making a push for first. We'll have to watch for the boards to see the official places. Cody, did you go to Berea College?
I did. I graduated in 2015. Played basketball here, met my wife here. So I've been with her since 2011, since our freshman year. So we both graduated there in 2015, and she works in human resources, and I started out in admissions for about 4 years. So I did that. I traveled all over eastern Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, recruiting students that are a Berea fit. So after 4 years or so in admissions, I came over to athletics, and I've been here going on 6 years, and overall at the institution 10. So
impressive.
Yeah.
Well, we experienced and swear by Big City Pizza over in Richmond.
Yeah.
So
Big City's good. If you're ever here again locally, Papolino's here in Berea is good. It's a local Italian place. That's where we go a lot. So that's also a good one. So hit that up.
Okay.
And anybody listening, if you're in Berea, Papolino's is the way to go.
Okay. Cody, thanks so much for making time for us. It's good to get to know you a little bit. We've enjoyed our time here. Hope the rest of this meet goes as well as it has gone so far.
Hey, thank you, fellas. Y'all, Keith and everybody here has been great to work with, and I hope you all have had a good time and get back home safely tomorrow when you go back.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank y'all so much.
We will take a break. We'll be right back with the rest of the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships.
Poached egg on avocado toast.
Ew. Your flash fried porgy over chips.
Ew.
Your fresh Maine lobster with microgreens.
When the only thing your 8-year-old will eat is waffles.
She's fine. She's fine.
Your waffles, milady.
It matters where you stay.
Yum.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
You know what they should?
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
calling officials cheaters or corrupt, insulting referees,
threatening officials,
berating young umpires, learning the ropes,
violent language in the stands,
screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
We're back at day 2 of the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships. I've got Rose Talbert with me from Rose-Hulman. She recently won the 400-meter dash, also set an HCAC Championships record. First of all, congrats, Rose. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
How did you do it, first and foremost?
I ran.
Did you know, when you run a race like that, do you know that that's probably the best I've ever done, or you have no idea?
Every single time I cross the finish line, I feel like there's always a little bit more than I can give, which is why I keep coming back and keep running, is because I think I can run and run faster.
As we just start the 5,000 on the women's side, that gives us some time to have this conversation. Rose, who told you that you broke the record? How did you find out?
Well, I was mainly just going for a 55. I got a 56.06 at the Twilight meet at Rose-Hulman last weekend. So I just really wanted to get into the 55s finally. And my dad sent me a text earlier this morning saying today's a great day to PR, and I had to agree with him because we don't have the humidity like we had yesterday. It's nice, it's cool, there's no strong winds. It's a good day to PR.
You mentioned your dad. Is your dad here today? Or is he back somewhere else? Or
no, he's currently at home. I fully intend on making both my parents drive all the way to Ohio for nationals.
Are they watching this interview? That's the most important part. And if they aren't watching it, are you going to go back and show them that you got interviewed?
I mean, I'll probably text them about it.
You definitely should. What should we know about your teammate who's running the 5,000?
I think we've got Brianna running right now. I know Jocelyn's ankle started bothering her earlier, but I know Brianna did really well yesterday in the I know she ran into something. But we've had a lot of good performances this
Abigail.
weekend. Oh yeah, Abigail also ran the 10K, as did Greg and Brianna. Brianna was the one that ran the 10K yesterday, and she got 3rd in the 10K. Which there were the awards for that earlier today.
We did have a chance to talk to Jocelyn earlier. She was saying that she hoped that she did not have to run this race. I do not see her out there.
She's right there right now. She's cheering everybody else on.
Yeah, she is on the list, by the way, so she was definitely supposed to run it, but apparently she was able to convince somebody that she didn't have to run
Her ankle started bothering her earlier today, and she was able to pull off winning the 800 as well as winning the 15. And so I think Coach was wanting to let her have some downtime.
Took some pity on her. Your team is winning this meet comfortably. I don't want to, speak beyond what we know, but what makes Rose-Hulman women's track a successful team? What's the vibe? What's the culture of being on the team in general?
I mean, the main culture is we're a community. We've got only about 20-something% female at Rose-Hulman, so every single person we can get on that track team, we are so happy to see them come out and to try out and we always love hyping each other up. We're always there whenever anybody has a down day or something. We can get them back on top of it. It's a nice, small, close-knit team, and that is something that I always love to have, because I came from a high school that wasn't large either, and to have that more like closer knit, being able to talk to everybody on the team, being able to know everybody and know their times and know their performances, it's just great to have.
Are you saying that since it's only 20% female, that that you go and recruit in the dorm rooms and in classes, you're just dragging anyone who will come out to the team?
I mean, mainly it's the people who decide to show up. They decide that it's the off season for soccer. They can come out, they can run, and they can stay in shape for another sport that they love, and they get the team bonding aspect of it too. It's somebody that keeps them on track of training.
So you're poaching from other teams.
Not necessarily poaching, because
the truth comes out.
They still have their normal season, and they still do well in their normal season. It's having another sport to keep you in shape for that season that's coming up.
It's resourceful. Thank you so much, Rose Talbot. I think we got someone next in line, so we don't want to keep that person waiting, but good luck to Rose Holman the rest of the way.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep. All right, first and foremost, before you put this on, what's your name?
Desmond Gist.
Manchester on the women's team. Rose Holman, Transylvania, Manchester to the podium.
Looks like we've got Hanover and Manchester fighting neck and neck for first as well as for second. So it's Hanover, Manchester at the moment, but there are 6 of them up there that could make a play for this race. It looks like we've got 9 laps to go in the front. We've got another guest up here with me. It's Desmond Gist from Bluffton. He's the winner of the 110-meter hurdles on the guys' side. Desmond, first of all, congratulations. Thanks so much for joining us up here in the booth.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
How did you do it?
Kind of just went along with the game plan execution, just stay smooth over the hurdles. It's not my first rodeo, actually my last one, so just trying to make the best one, just finish strong.
This is your last competition as a collegiate athlete?
Yes, it is.
And how does that feel?
It feels good. I'm grateful, very grateful for the opportunity that I had for so long. So just living in the moment, taking it day by day, but it feels great.
How far is Bluffton from here?
4 hours.
4 hours, so
Yep.
nice little trek. Had you been down to Berea before?
No, I haven't.
This weekend?
It's my first time.
Okay.
It's my first
All
time.
right. And how has the weekend been with the team?
It's been great. The team always in high spirits, always like to come out here and just run track, do what we do, so compete with other people across the conference. Everyone else across the conference is fun to have a little friendly banter with them, talk, compete in the races. So that's pretty much it, nothing else to it.
So if this is your last race ever today, what's next for you? What's beyond the horizon?
I actually have a 4x4 to do later, so I'm gonna be standing by for that. But hopefully I can continue to run 110 hurdles professionally after this. That's my plan. I'm gonna continue to work at it, so we'll see where it leads us.
What's the strategy? You said you're part of the 4x4 team, is that correct?
Yep.
What's the strategy for that group?
We just gotta finish. We done had a long day. My actual co-partner Russell, he's had a long day. So we're in here just doing it for the team, doing it for the freshmen that we have running with us, just trying to leave them with good memories, to go on forward with their track career and when they're seniors, have the freshmen, do the same with them.
Which leg do you run?
I'm third.
You're third. Okay. And what's distinctive about the third leg? What's important for the third leg?
I like to think of the third leg, well, with us, because we know how Russell gets. We like to get Russell close. If we're not winning, we like to get Russell as close as possible. So I'll either be maintaining or making up ground for Russell to bring it home.
All right, that's Desmond Gist from Bluffton. He's the winner of the 110-meter hurdles. Congratulations again, Desmond, and thanks so much for making the time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Appreciate you.
.5 laps here, and we've got 7 of them still to go for the front, and it is a 4-person pack up front right now. We've got Hanover up there, we've got Manchester up there, looks like we've got Earlham up there, and maybe Trancey. Lots of race left to go. I will say that Chesney Miller for Manchester, I think, is in 6th right now. She's had a very competitive and impressive couple of days, although she's been kind of right behind Jocelyn Onstadt from Rose-Hulman in a couple different races. So it'll be interesting to see how Chesney Miller finishes here without Onstadt in the race, who apparently was given a reprieve. It's a little bit of a ankle, I don't know if injury's too strong, but at least pain. That is Callie Swegman for Hanover in front. We did get to speak with her earlier. And Cleo Saltz is up there from Earlham. Riley Stephanie from Manchester, and Gwyneth Cunningham from Transylvania. Pack of 4 of them in front, but Chesney Miller isn't far back. And we know that she often has a kick in her. 6 more laps for the leaders. Twelve and a half laps for the 5,000 meter. We're about to get another look at the top 4. Callie Swegman out in front for Hanover. That's Cleo Saltz in 2nd from Earlham. Gwyneth Cunningham from Trancey in 3rd. And Riley Stephanie in 4th. Check that. I think Riley Stephanie is in 5th, and it's Chesney Miller in 4th. And again, Chesney Miller has been competing with Onstadt all weekend long. Onstadt not in this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now
leaders coming around again.
We have more results from earlier today. Next up on the podium will be the men's 4x100
Getting
relay.
close to their final mile, not quite there yet.
Was the team from Franklin.
It's still Swegman from Hanover, followed by Cunningham from Earlham.
In 5th place, Manchester. In
Stephanie.
4th place, Bluffton. And your
Check
top
that,
3
Saltz
teams
from
in the men's
Earlham.
4x100 meter relay. In third place, in a time of 43.11, the team from Rose-Hulman. In second place, in a time of 42.45, the team from Mount St. Joseph.
It's a colder day, but when you're running this kind of distance, it doesn't matter as much.
Relay, in a time of 42.13, Hanover College.
Swegman still in the lead. Cunningham ready to make her move. And suddenly, she did get a step there, but that motivated Swegman. It's Saltz from Earlham in third. And Chesney Miller is within striking distance after a very competitive 2 days for her in a number of events.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up on the podium, we have the results of the women's 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place today, Anderson. In 7th place, Bluffton. In 6th place, Earlham. In 5th place, Hanover.
Swegman and Saltz
and your top three teams
continue to be right with each other.
51-54, Manchester University.
And now it's Saltz making a move on Swegman, and she has the lead, which is increasing.
Finishing in second place in a time of 51-22, Transylvania. And your 2025 HCAC champions in the women's 4x1. In a time of 49-29, the team from Rose-Hulman.
Hanover. As we finish, as we near our finish in the women's 5,000 meter, I do have Layden Adair with me from Hanover. He was the second leg on their winning 4x100 meter relay team. Layden, thanks so much for taking the time, and congratulations on your win. Do you have more competing to do in front of you?
Yes, sir. You'll see me in the 4x4. I'll be the anchor for that, so looking forward to that, definitely.
Did you run the 400 as well?
No, sir. I attempted to qualify for the 100 and the 200, and I was a slot off for both, so looking forward to coming back next year and trying to do that.
What year are you?
I'm a junior, so I'll be a senior next year.
Okay. And what makes your 4x1 team so formidable?
We're just family-oriented. You can tell we really care about each other. We come into practice every day, laughing, smiling, asking each other about each other's day, and we don't ever take fun away from being on the track. Yeah, practice is a joy. Our coaches are joys. We got a lot of young talent, so it's easy to hone in on and train young people. So we're doing really well.
Do you have a favorite teammate, men's or women's, to watch compete?
I love all my teammates the same. Of course, my love is a bit stronger for a few, but Brandon Bensuda, he's a freshman this year. You probably watched him claim the 100 and 200. I've helped him a lot. Of course, God gives other people with talents that you wish you had. But I feel like the balance in my knowledge and his skill has really honed in for him to be well this season. And I really enjoy him as a person. He's a great guy. But I love my whole 4x1 team. There are a bunch of people that you can really tell care about you and the sport that you enjoy doing, so it makes it a lot of fun to compete.
What do you see that in terms of a skill that he has that you wish you had?
I mean, he's just long, he's tall. You know, my mom and dad weren't really tall people, so I don't really have the gift of a long stride or anything like that, but he just loves to win. And, I mean, we both love to win, so we compete every day at practice. We compete for everything. I mean, whether it's playing video games, anything. It's just he has a good competitive spirit, and so do I, so I feel like we are a great tandem.
We're going to get another look here at Cleo Saltz. She leads for Earlham in the 5,000. She's been very, very impressive in this race. Swegman from Hanover not far behind. What do you know about Callie?
She's a great runner. She's been dealing with a few injuries the past few years, and this year she's really taken flight. You know, claimed a couple school records, things of that nature. She's really strong. She's a really strong runner.
We had her up here earlier. She was a good interview as well. What will make today's 4x4 a successful event for your group?
I'm going to say grit. You know, we don't have, I would say, the willpower right now. A lot of our guys are hurting because a lot of people qualify for things that they weren't expecting to qualify for and things of that nature. So a lot of people are dealing with injuries, but I think we have a lot of heart, and I feel like we have a lot of people that really want to win. So I feel like that's going to be the differential between second, third, or first.
Layden, thank you so much for coming up here. Congratulations on your win earlier, and good luck in your final event.
Yes, sir. I appreciate your time.
And your top three finishers in the women's hammer. In third place from Mount St. Joseph with a throw of 45.24 meters.
So it's Cleo Saltz is first in the 5,000 for the women. Callie Swegman second. Riley Stephanie for Manchester in third. Gwyneth Cunningham for Transylvania in fourth. Chesney Miller comes in fifth for Manchester.
And your time in 25, HCAC champion in the women's hammer throw. This completes a four-peat, 4 consecutive years as champion, with a throw of 51.8 meters, 169 feet and 11 inches. Her third championship this weekend from Manchester, Carly Camp.
As we continue finishing up here for the women's 5,000, there's still runners out on the track. I have another competitor with me, Alex Adams from Manchester. She is the anchor for the 4x100 team that won earlier today. First of all, Alex, congratulations.
Rose Holman.
Correction. Rose Holman, not Manchester, but they did win the 4x100. What was the key to today's victory?
Just coming out and competing like we do every week. Today wasn't a PR for us, but I would say we're extremely consistent throughout the season. We've continued to improve on our handoffs every single week, and I think that's something that really showed today. Was just the consistency throughout each and every one of our handoffs. I think that's kind of the key to a good 4x1 is making sure everyone's kind of in the same groove. And so we came out today, did that. We knew what we had to do, get the job done. And I think that's something that we've done consistently every single year. So to continue to do that, even with 2 new members on the squad, is really awesome.
What are the kind of traits that you want an anchor to have? How do you win that job?
Well, so our coach put all of us at our respective positions for a reason. So our starter is in the blocks because she's somebody that can come out, get us a good lead, do good with the blocks, basically. Our second runner is our best 200, 400 runner. She got the longest leg. She does really good with that. And Ileana, our third leg, she runs a really good curve. And then he said, put me at anchor because you got to finish things up. I'm the kind of person that's like, I know what I need to come out and do. If there's somebody in front of me, I got to chase them down, kind of someone that's got to lock them up. And it's really awesome that he has the faith in me that I can be the kind of person to do that for him.
Do you have any other events in you today, or are you done?
Just finished the 200, and that was my last event of the day, so I'm done.
And how did the 200 go?
It was all right. I'm sure everybody kind of was hoping for a better time, but I think in general, happy with the places that we got. Wishing our competitor, Kamaya Blair from Berea, well. I know she was hurting, and she ended up having to scratch it, so we're all really sad that she wasn't able to run it today with us. But happy with our places, happy with what we got. So good way to finish up the season there for me.
And for someone who might not regularly run the 100 or the 200, what's the difference between those events? Obviously the distance, but in terms of how you approach those events.
Yeah, so for the 100 especially, you're kind of just looking at, who has just that core speed, out of the blocks. The blocks are incredibly important for the 1. But kind of coming into the 2, you have that aspect of, coming out of the curve. A lot of people say you slingshot out of the curve. So if you're a better curve runner, that's where you're going to succeed. And I really try and use that. I used to run the 3rd leg for the 4x1, so the curve is something I definitely really like to run. And it's something, it's definitely a mental aspect. You see everyone else is lined up in front of you. You're just trying to catch the girl in front of you. So it's different a little bit there mentally as well.
As the men's 5,000 gets going, I'm talking to Alex Adams. She is the anchor for Rose Holman's 4x100 team that won earlier today. Alex, congratulations and good luck to your team the rest of the way.
Thank you so much for having me.
As we're underway in the event, we do still have some more results to get to you. And next up on the podium will be the men's 400-meter finals results. Finishing in 8th place today was Hanover's Jaden Enderle. In 7th place from Anderson, Dylan Pratt. In 6th place from Franklin, Luke Paddock. In 5th place from Franklin, Logan McIntosh. In 4th place from Berea, Lori Muzeba. And your top 3 finishers in the men's 400. In 3rd place with a time of 49.43 from Rose Holman, Andrew Shields. In 2nd place from Bluffton in a time of 48.84, Russell Lowe.
Get a glimpse here of the front of the pack in the men's 5,000. Franklin's up there, Trancy's up there. And we do have another guest in the booth. I'm talking with Carly Camp. She is one of the competitors for Manchester who apparently has swept some of the field events, hammer, shot put, and discus. Carly, congratulations, and thanks for making the time for a conversation.
Thank you. I'm here, happy to be here.
How did you do it? How did you manage to have the degree of success that you were able to have in some of those field events today, and was it also yesterday, I assume?
Yeah. I honestly, confidence is key, and I owe a lot to my coach. He's put a lot of time and effort into me and pushed me to be the best that I can possibly be, and it shows throughout my teammates as well. They're super good, so I just have to be a little bit better if I want to win.
What's your favorite of the 3 that you won?
Hammer. Hammer will forever be my favorite.
Why?
You just get to go fast and throw hard.
What's the hardest?
For me, discus. It's just so technical that I struggle to hit some of my positions.
Well, but obviously it worked out today.
Yes, for sure.
I'm sure at an event like this, you're you kind of familiar with some of your competition. These are people that you've competed with before. Do you have a favorite person on another team to compete against?
So my biggest rival, per se, love her with all my heart, from Hanover, Jessie Stanger. We go back and forth constantly. We have since freshman year. We're both seniors, so we push each other, that's for sure.
So interesting you say you not only compete against her, but you love her. When you have that kind of familiarity, do you stay in touch outside of the matches?
To an extent, yeah. I have her on every social media thing, and anytime I need a little pick-me-up, I know I can text her.
Interesting. What about in terms of, obviously your focus, your head down on some of the field events, but once you can get to the point where you're breathing and your competition is behind you, is there a runner from your team that you like to try to watch?
Every single one of them. I will forever be every single Manchester runner, thrower, field athlete in general, their biggest fan. I love to cheer on everybody.
Last I checked, your team was in second. It looks like that's still the case. Manchester is in second at the moment for the team scores on both the men's and women's side. So obviously you guys are having some success. I'm sure you're not surprised by that. But as sort of a group and a culture and the vibes of the team, what makes this team what it is?
It really comes from like our head coach down to our assistant coaches. They put it in our minds that like if we want this, it has to come from all of us. And it's not just one person or a few people. You have to have people running, people throwing, and most importantly, the people cheering. If the more support you can get for your event, the better you're going to try to do, the more you're going to push yourself. So.
It's Carly Camp. She is the winner of the hammer, the shot put, and the discus for Manchester. Thank you so much for your time in the booth today.
Thank you.
Good luck to your team the rest of the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, we'll direct your attention to the podium. We have the results of the men's long jump. Finishing in 8th place today, from Rose-Hulman, Declan Grosbeck. In 7th place, from Hanover, Alex Power. In 6th place, from Rose-Hulman, Bryce Chen. In 5th place, from Anderson, Josiah Marshall. In 4th place, from Rose-Hulman, James Canos. And your top 3 finishers in the men's long jump. In 3rd place with a jump of 6.69 meters from Manchester University, Kenneth Red. In 2nd place with a jump of 6.84 meters, also from Manchester, Gentry Oliver. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's long jump with a jump of 6.88 meters, that's 22 feet and 7 inches, from Bluffton, Desmond Gist.
As we continue on in the men's 5,000, the leaders have about 7 laps to go, it looks like. Connor Havens of Manchester currently in front. Ethan Weston of Hanover in 2nd. William Hirsch of Franklin in 3rd. I'm with Stephen Scott from Franklin. He's the 400-meter champion today. Stephen, congratulations on your win. And thanks for joining us up here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
First and foremost, how did you do it?
Honestly, I had a great competition in every lane. Andrew Shields and I have been going back and forth pretty much all season. Same with Russell Lowe. And then my teammates Logan McIntosh and Luke Paddock, we've just had each other throughout the whole season, pushing each other. So it was really just, good competition and then sheer willpower at the end.
You mentioned some competitors that you're kind of familiar with. What was your strategy going in?
Honestly, yesterday when I found out what the lane assignments were, my goal was honestly just to get out with Andrew and Russell. They're both known for getting out really fast, so I knew if I could get out hard with them and then stick with them at least to the 150 mark that I should be good.
Are you done for the day, or do you have anything? Are you going to run in the 4x4?
Yeah, we got the 4x4 in about 45-ish minutes. Looking to do really big things in that one.
And what will make that a successful event for your team? What do you guys have to do?
Honestly, we just have to run fast. I know we're seated first right now by quite a few seconds. So as long as we just do what we've been doing every weekend, I think we'll have a good chance at winning.
Are you the anchor or which?
I'm starting.
Okay. And why are you a good candidate to start for your team?
So last year in indoor, I was second, and Luke Paddock actually started. And then one meet, we just decided, hey, let's let Steven start, and it's just been the same since.
Okay. And, as I've been asking, some of the competitors that have circulated through here, who are some teammates and maybe anything you might be able to tell us about even the teammate who's about to cross our face right now? Who's this, and what do you know about his long distance running?
Yeah, so this is Trevor Newby. He's a great guy, always positive attitude. He's always just willing to push to the end. Watching him steeplechase is really fun. Just passing guys across the steeple, on the straight, like just wherever he's willing to make a good move. So he's fun to watch.
Have you ever done the steeplechase?
I did it one time. Well, I didn't do the steeplechase. I tried to jump over one, and it wasn't fun.
You tried to jump over one.
We were at practice, and it just was not. It was not good.
I've never done it either myself. I have such a hard time imagining like hopping into that puddle.
And then the little pits are pretty big. Like I stood in ours on campus, and it was like up to my waist. So they're pretty deep.
Like why was this someone's idea? I don't understand. This is Steven Scott from Franklin. He's the 400-meter champ. Thanks again, Steven, and congratulations, and good luck in the 4x4.
Thank you.
Got another one?
Folks, again, we'll turn your attention to the podium as we have the results now of the women's 100-meter finals. Finishing in 8th place today, Rose Talbert of Rose Holman. In 7th place from Berea, Kamaya Blair. In 6th place from Manchester, Jayana Blakely. In 5th place, Ileana Hernandez.
We've got 4 laps to go for the leaders in the men's 5,000. Get a glance at some of those runners here. I've got another athlete in the booth. It's Jack Tucker. He won the hammer throw for Mount St. Joseph. Jack, congratulations, and thank you for making the time for a quick conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Hammer throw. Tell us what it is. Give us a description of the technique that is required of you in order to succeed in that event.
Yeah, so the hammer throw is a 16-pound ball on a wire with a small handle. Essentially, you're doing turns in a circle that's a little bit smaller than the discus circle. You do anywhere from 2 to 4 turns. Some people do 1 turn. I do a 4 turn, and you are trying to put the ball out as far as you can into the sector.
And your competitors today, I assume you're familiar with them. What made this weekend a successful one for you?
Yeah, just a lot of work with my coach. He's a new coach this year. His name's Andrew Pacifico. We've done a lot of work that I haven't done before. Switching coaches, it's a different style. He uses different drills to kind of achieve that same goal, and it worked out. I knew that I had a good week of practice coming in, and I was excited. I'm really excited for today. I was really having trouble going to sleep last night because I was really excited to compete, and it was a good day.
Were you in any of the other competitions?
No, I only throw hammer. Yes.
Only hammer.
Yes.
Okay. So they won't be throwing you out there for the 4x4 or anything?
They could if they wanted to, but I'm not too big on the running aspect.
Who's your favorite teammate runner to watch?
Teammate runner to watch. Well, it could be that guy going past you right there, Alex Schmidt, school record holder in the steeplechase. I'd probably pick him for distance, and then I'd probably go. Really, like watching all of them, seeing them go past, and you scream out their names. KJ is one name that pops up. Jalen Range and Diego Yun. So all of those guys.
Good. And how far is Mount St. Joe from here?
2 hours, 30 minutes. We're in Cincinnati.
And have you been to Berea before?
I have. I came to the meet that Berea hosted earlier this year.
Okay. All right.
Did much better, considerably better this meet than I did at that meet earlier.
Really? Why? Why is that?
Well, the first time I came here, I only got one throw in. It was a 48.98. And today I threw a 57.97 at my third round of throws. And all my throws today were further than the one I had last time. So it was a good day. It was a good day.
Jack Tucker from Mount St. Joseph. He is the champion in the hammer throw. Congratulations again, and thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
We are nearing our finish in the men's 5,000. According to the board that's in front of me, Connor Havens from Manchester out in front, Ethan Weston from Hanover, and William Hirsch from Franklin, the top three.
He might be. Literally might be. It wouldn't be the first time today that this thing could wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll once again direct you to the podium as we now have the results of the men's 100-meter finals. Finishing in 8th place today, Diego Yun of Mount St. Joseph. In 7th place, from Manchester, Kenneth Redd. In 6th place, also from Manchester, Gentry Oliver. In 5th place, from Berea, Caleb Collier-Smith. In 4th place, from Franklin, Brayden Wilkins. And your top three finishers in the men's 100-meter dash. In 3rd place, from Bluffton, in a time of 10:93, Desmond Gist. In 2nd place, in a time of 10:89, from Mount St. Joseph, Kendrick Scherer. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's 100-meter dash, in 10:76, from Hanover College, Brandon Bensuda.
We're not quite confident in the board that's in front of us yet, so we will announce some places and some times as we feel a little bit more comfortable with the places. And interesting moment there as you see the meaningfulness of this kind of competition across schools. You know, it's conference familiarity, especially if this is the final time that two competitors have been going at it for a few years. We've heard it even just in the interviews that we've been able to have in this booth, how much affection can exist across competitive lines. Still got at least one more lap to run to conclude this men's 5,000. And we have another guest in the booth. It's Brendan Mansueda. He is the 100-meter champion for the HCAC conference. He comes from Hanover. Brandon, first of all, I had one of your teammates up here. He was shouting you out earlier. What have you learned from some of the older guys in your group about how to succeed at this kind of event?
Really just to stay calm, make sure to stay relaxed. Make sure you run your own race. Don't worry about no one else. Just relax and do what we're taught to do, really.
And is that what you did
Yes, sir.
in the 100?
Yes, sir. Just trust my drive phase, get out, relax, and just try to win.
Did you say drive phase?
Yeah, my drive phase.
What does that mean?
Like when you come out the blocks, you got to really put them up, put them down, make sure you get a good block start. So just trust my drive phase, and then once I get out my drive phase, I kind of know if I'm gonna win or not.
When you're down in the blocks, what leads to that ideal start?
I kind of just before I get in the blocks, I like to say a quick prayer, and then I like to clear my mind completely. Don't worry about no one else, just worry about me, myself, and then just make sure I push off both legs as hard as I can, and just try to get out fast. Really.
Are you done for the day?
Yes, sir.
No one's throwing you in the 4x4 at the end?
Yeah, I can't run that, yeah. I'm
That's
not there yet.
Too far for you?
Yeah, too far for me. I'm not there yet.
Do you run the 200?
Yes, sir. I just won the 200 as well.
Okay. So the 100 and the 200, but
And the
not the
4x1.
400.
No, sir.
Okay.
Maybe next year I'll run that.
Okay.
Not this year.
What have you enjoyed about the last 2 days in terms of watching some of your teammates?
Really, everyone's here to compete, determined. They know we got something to prove, so we're just trying to come out here and prove everything to everybody.
And last I knew, let's double check the scores, the team scores. On the men's side, Hanover is currently in third place. That's with 16 of the 20 events scored. I'm sure that's not a surprise to you all in terms of some of your success. But yeah, what has, in terms of the outcome, what has been the process that has produced that kind of success?
Really just the coaching. Make sure we also cheer each other on. I feel like cheering each other on is a big part of it as well. Because if you're not supporting each other, you don't really have no one pushing you. So we make sure we cheer everyone on and uplift everybody kind of.
That's part of the fun too, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
When that excitement builds at the end of a race, you can kind of, even if you're paying attention to something else, everyone
you can
kind
hear
of
everyone
turns their
coming,
yeah. Do you do anything on the field events side?
Not yet. I think next year I'm gonna try to do maybe long jump or high jump, but not this year.
All right. So you're concluding the season. What does your off season look like?
Work out real hard. I didn't work out that hard this year, so I'm gonna really hit the weight room hard this year.
Okay.
Trying to get way stronger, get a little bit bigger too. So.
Okay. You heard it from Brendan Mansueda from Hanover. He's the 100 and 200 meter champ. Congratulations again, Brandon, and thanks for giving us some of your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
It's been a long day here. I think we have another heat in the 5,000. I think that's what's happening here. And then after the other heat in the men's 5,000, we will have the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4. So we are running out of races, but here we go with another 5,000.
As they're off here in the second section of the men's 5,000 meters, we'll direct
competitors here.
Once again down to the podium as we have more results for you from earlier this
Connor.
afternoon. Next up, we have the women's.
I don't have the right list in front of me. I will get it to you when I have it. A lot of people making their moves early here. It's Hanover out in front for the moment.
From Mount St. Joseph, Julia Gooding. In fifth place from Hanover, Paige Wildman. In fourth place from Berea, Kristen Fishley. And your top three finishers in the women's 800. In third place from Transylvania in a time of 2:24.10, Casey Moore. In second place from Manchester in a time of 2:21.96, Chesney Miller. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's 800 meters from Rose Holman win a time of 2:21.85. Jocelyn Onstock. Attention all athletes and coaches, and note for the women's 4x4. The women's 4x4 today will be condensed into one section. Again, all coaches and athletes, women's 4x4 will now be in one section.
I believe it's Ethan Weston out in front for Hanover with William Hirsch from Franklin pushing him. Sam Rinker's up there for Rose Holman. That first pack, there is not much real estate between the various runners. And with as much time as left in front of us, it's a 12.5 lap race. Anything can happen at this point. Good look at Ethan Weston. Right behind him is Austin Johnson from Manchester. Gavin Byerly not too far back, and he's had a heck of a weekend already. Still Ethan Weston leading the group. William Hirsch from Franklin right behind him.
Finishing in 8th place today was Jernisha Lewis of Korea. In 7th place from Hanover, Lily Smith. In 6th place, also from Hanover, Emma Gill. In 5th place, Audrey Edwards of Rose Holman. In 4th place from Hanover, Kennedy Lakins. And your top 3 finishers in the women's long jump. In 3rd place with a jump of 4.9 meters from Earlham, Princess Robinson.
You see the pack of 7.
In 2nd place, also from Earlham with a jump of 5.01
led
meters,
for
Issa
now
Sloan.
by Ethan Weston of Hanover. There have been a number of interviews in the booth today that have emphasized the importance of not being in the lead early on in the race. But Weston is stretching out that lead for the time being. Heard a number of times today, some claps breaking out in front of us. That's for some field events that continue to occur simultaneously with some of these races. And Weston continues to lead in this men's 5,000. Still in the first half of the race. Manchester right now holds second and third place, and that can be very useful in a race like this, as those two can be sort of working together. We saw that in the Olympics. And one that has earned our attention over the course of 2 days is Gavin Byerly, and it looks like he's in 7th at the moment from Manchester. He talked us through some of his strategy for events like these. And he has also shown more than once an impressive ability to kick.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can have the top 3 finishers in the women's 5,000 meters. Top 3 finishers in the women's 5,000. Top 3 for the women's 5.
Weston continues to lead. And it's Manchester in 2nd, Manchester in 3rd. Interesting to see what kind of tricks might be up their sleeve. And that advantageous of a spot.
Do you want more interviews, or you're fine? He's fine. Sorry. The previous seat, but it is what it is. My ability to both pay attention and do an interview is advanced from my skill set.
And it's still Hanover, Weston, followed by Manchester and Manchester. Sam Rinker is up there from Rose-Hulman. A couple more Rose-Hulman guys, not too far behind. It's a pack of one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9 at least that are keeping themselves in competitive distance to win this thing. Kind of a race that I would expect to stay competitive through the finish here as we get close to the final mile. We'll see who has the most left in the tank. And now it is Manchester out in front, followed by Rinker from Rose-Hulman in 2nd. Byerly is hanging back. Manchester runner who's had a lot of success. He's back in maybe 9th, but probably not done yet.
In 6th place for Rose-Hulman, Brianna Biddle. In 5th place for Manchester, Chesley Miller. In 4th place from Transylvania, Gwyneth Cunningham. And your top 3 finishers in the women's 5,000. In 3rd place from Manchester in a time of 18:38.09, Riley Stephanie.
There's 7 of them now in that front pack. It is Manchester in the first and third,
Second place,
with
Rhode
Hanover
Island,
in
1833,
fourth and
15,
fifth,
Allie Swickman.
and Rose-Hulman in second and sixth.
And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's 5,000 and 1828.07 from Orland, Cleo 6.
You can see Byerly here. Three laps to go for the leaders. So we see another pack of Rose-Hulman runners. Austin Johnson from Manchester out in front. As we near the completion of this men's 5,000, we have our women's champion sitting next to me. It's Cleo Saltz. She is from Earlham. Cleo, thanks so much for making the time, and congratulations on your win today.
Thank you so much.
First and foremost, why don't you just help us to think through some of the strategy of this particular race, since it is your race. Some of these leaders at this stage, they've still got a lap to go, 2 laps to go. When you're running it, what are you thinking about during that time?
I'm trying to split evenly, I'd say, and then as the race goes on, try to get negative splits as I go.
What is a negative split? What does
So
that
that's when your later laps are faster than your previous laps.
mean? So you want to be running your best laps at the end.
Yeah.
In the training, how do you actually go about building your body's readiness to do that?
That's a great question. I started doing that this year for the first time. I'd only ever really heard about negative splits this year. So just in the workouts, we do mile reps and just trying to speed up throughout the mile reps and trying to do like the last 2 laps the fastest.
Who's a good teammate for you that helps you do some of this training?
The whole team is really useful, I think.
We're seeing the finish, which is why everyone is so excited. So we want to acknowledge some of these early finishers on the men's side. Lots of Rose-Hulman and Manchester up front, which is indicative of the last couple days as a whole. So do you compete in any other races besides the 5,000?
I do the 1,500 as well.
Okay, and what's, in terms of your own preference, which one would you take if you could only do one?
I think the 1,500 in the past has been more fun for me, but also this is my first year running the 5K. We don't do that in high school, and I'm a first year, so the 5K is definitely growing on me.
So in your first year of competitive running, you have won the HCAC championship. So where do you go from here?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting it at all.
Is that, I'm sure you're also familiar with some of the competitors that you were running against today. At the beginning, what did you know you had to do in order to succeed against some of the strong competition that was out there?
Well, at the beginning, I was just hoping to get in the top 7 or 8 so that my school could get some points. I know I've met a lot of these girls throughout the season, and they're all really amazing and really fast. So I just knew that I had to run the times that I'd been practicing during training, and I would get in the top few, but I wasn't entirely sure which number.
Did you hit the number that you were hoping for?
Yeah, I got faster than that on every lap, so I guess I was excited.
I will say I did watch your race pretty closely, and there was, I would say at least the first half of it, you were kind of neck and neck out there in the front, and then you just kind of turned it on when everyone else was kind of losing steam, and it wasn't even quite that exciting of a finish because you were able to I guess run your negative splits.
Yeah. I've been watching Callie, she came second. I've been watching her the whole season, and she's incredible. And so I was like, I'm just gonna stay with her for the race. And then eventually my teammates were yelling at me, and my coach was yelling at me, like, you gotta go around now. It's time.
And that's the advantage, right, of training, with distance, right? If you kind of figure out who you need to pace yourself with, and then it's just a matter of, who has the energy at the right time, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, this is Cleo Saltz, the women's 5,000 champion from Earlham. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
As we get set for the women's 4x4. Here are the lane assignments. Lane assignment number 1 will be to Franklin. And lane number 2 will be Mount St. Joseph. Lane number 3 belongs to Hanover. Lane number 4 will have Rose Holman. Lane number 5 belongs to Transylvania. And lane number 6, Earlham. Lane number 7, Anderson. And lane number 8, Manchester.
Oh yeah, it is crazy. And I mean, that was good. Yeah. Destroyed. Yeah.
What do we got after these races?
We are down to our last 2 races in the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships. We've got the women's 4x4 meter relay coming up, and they are lining up and distributing themselves around the track. And then that'll be followed by the men's 4x4 meter relay as well. Before these races, we've been going at these interviews for a while. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the final 2 races in this event.
This place has been a huge part of my life, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be moving forward. I'll always take a piece of the mountain with me. Whether in the classroom or on the field, my coaches and professors had my back and always pushed me to climb higher. Now, I can't wait to light the way for my students and help them achieve their dreams.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Hanover College. Founded in 1827, Hanover is Indiana's oldest private four-year college. Hanover is a nationally recognized liberal arts college with core strengths in the natural and life sciences, education, and business. This breathtaking 650-acre campus sits on a bluff above the Ohio River in Hanover, Indiana. Hanover's approach to the liberal arts allows students to combine their academic interests. Students can even design their own majors. Students have so many opportunities to try classes, clubs, and other activities to pursue their passions. Students connect and get involved in so many ways, whether it be through classes, meals, athletics, and clubs, or even campus jobs. You definitely can find your niche right here at Hanover. Hanover really does have a place for you to be yourself and be known. Welcome to Hanover College. This is the College Tour.
Now it's just up to you to go visit the campus. Go Panthers.
races. It's the women's 4x400 relay. Probably not an event, especially this late, that is for the faint of heart. But we are about to get going with this one. Let's check in on some scores for men. With 17 of 20 events scored, it's still Rose-Hulman. Though Manchester has narrowed that lead slightly, so it's 174 to 156. And then beyond them, it's Hanover is next at 100. So pretty solidly Rose-Hulman, Manchester, Hanover for that top three. On the women's side, same thing. Rose-Hulman, 161.5, Manchester 125, and Hanover 98. Transylvania pushing for that third spot a little bit with 78. Berea has 72.5. And we're about to get our first look here in front of us at the first leg of the 4x400. It's Trancy with the early lead, and it's Rose-Hulman right behind Transylvania. And it's Earlham in third so far as they get ready for that first handoff. And now they all have the opportunity to move over to that inside lane, which makes for interesting handoff possibilities. Got to make some judgment calls now if you're the third runner about where you're going to make that handoff. And it is still Transylvania out in front with Rose-Hulman pushing second place. And it is also still Earlham in third, although Mount St. Joe making their push to pass, and they do, with Hanover in fifth, Anderson in sixth, Manchester in seventh, and Franklin in eighth. And here comes Transylvania, still very much in first. Rose-Hulman solidly in second. Has work to do if they want to make up that ground. Third, fourth, and fifth seems to be where the action's at the moment. And that's going to be Earlham, Hanover, Mount St. Joe, followed by Manchester, Anderson, Franklin. And Transylvania's anchor seems to be moving quite well. Rose-Hulman still comfortably in second. Probably not going to catch it. The race might be for third or fourth, as Hanover and Earlham are doing battle for third and fourth. Here comes Trancy. Finishing up, it's going to be Transylvania with first place in this one. It's going to be Rose-Hulman second. And there comes the race for 3, 4, 5. It is Hanover in third. Mount St. Joe making a push. It's going to be Earlham in 5th, with Manchester 6th. Here comes Anderson in 7th, and then Franklin in 8th. The men, it looks like, will have 2 heats, but in the first one I expect to see Bluffton, Transylvania, Earlham, and Mount St. Joseph.
Third and final call for the men's 1600-meter relay, our final event out on the track.
We are running out of this track meet. This is the HCAC Outdoor Track Championships.
Number 4 will belong to Transylvania.
We'll get 2 heats for the men's 4x400 meter relay.
Will be Mount St. Joseph. Ladies and gentlemen, we will make an announcement here about the end of the meet. Once we are finished, we do ask that all teams as well as guests please seat yourselves in front of the podium area. Teams, you can use the track if you need to. We can also use the hillside. Again, at the conclusion of the event, we will do that. We will have some final event results, and then we will do our special team award. Thank you.
We're going to take another break here before the first heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. We'll be right back.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a...
We're on the first lap here of the men's 4x400. We're about to get a look at these 4 groups. It's Bluffton, Transylvania, Earlham, and Mount St. Joseph's on the first heat. And we will get a second heat And then we're running out of competition. And it looks like that's Bluffton so far, followed by Transylvania. Earlham in third, and Mount St. Joseph in fourth as they make their first handoff. Here's our second look. It's still Bluffton out in front. Still Transylvania in second. Still Earlham in third, and Mount St. Joseph's in fourth. Be interesting to watch third and fourth, though, as Mount St. Joseph's about to make a move. And Keith Myers is back up in the booth after he's been doing such a fine job of sending us athletes to talk to all day. What have you witnessed from some of these?
Some of these kids are really excited about being a champion, and you had the 4-time champion all 4 years, and it's pretty neat to see the emotions. The cool thing is seeing mom and dad taking that picture. It's pretty cool indeed.
I've really enjoyed talking to them as well, and some of the affection that they express for their own teammates, and being able to cheer for teammates that are competing in other events. But not just that, but the opponents. You really, track and field is something where you really earn the respect of your opponents, and you see that get communicated by some of these student athletes time after time.
Yeah, the cool thing is we got a couple more awards coming. Those kids cannot come up because we're getting ready for the awards, but we have about 6 more awards to hand out before we get to who's going to win this thing. And we got the trophies ready, and tell you what, great job by the staff of the HCAC. I'm telling you, that from top to bottom, and the young man from Manchester who's been our public address announcer has been very kind, and people have been listening and watching the program. And, for the conditions that we've had this weekend, I think we've done a pretty good job.
And yes, Berea it was good to talk to their assistant athletic director as well. He's jazzed up, he's fired up, and they've done a nice job adjusting to some of the circumstances that they've been given, and it has turned into a nice Saturday afternoon. A little cool, but yeah, I've had a good time. I hope you have. It looks like it's Bluffton, Transylvania, Earlham, Mount St. Joe for this first heat in the men's 4x400. We will get another one here shortly. We're a little bit, quote unquote, behind time at this point, so we shouldn't have too much of a delay before we get this second heat.
You considered with the weather conditions, Chris, and the technical difficulties at down on the field, it's been a very great event, and we thank the viewers to be watching because we overcome. We definitely have overcome some situations. So again, the kids are. You can't damper. You wear that gold medal. You can't be dampered. You got to be excited. So,
they've taught me a few things too. I tell you what, some terminology and some strategy. Something that sticks out was Gavin Byerly, a distance kid for Manchester, told me, because he's doing multiple events, he's got to try to win his races with the slowest time possible, which was like. Oh, okay, interesting. And then, the 5,000 meter winner on the women's side, the way she's talking about trying to structure her race with what she called negative splits, which means you're your laps at the end are faster than your laps at the beginning, you know. And
the interesting thing I think that I feel talking with the kids and talking to all the coaches today is the strategy that goes into this.
Oh, yeah.
So who am I going to run here? Who's I want to place here? Where do I put this person? You got to, during the one of the relay races, one of the coaches says, "You're up," and the girl goes, "I haven't ran a relay." Well, you're up today, you know. So you got to be prepared for all that.
You know, you missed it, Keith, but we talked about that 4x4 and kind of some of the jokes that get thrown around about it being the final event of a track meet, and so the different people that get thrown into that situation, whether they're expecting it or not.
Sorry, Coach, I'm tired. Okay, let's get Bubba to run. They would never call our team to run a 4x4. Let me tell you. If so, I want to run the anchor because then we got at least a half day for me to make it around the track.
And I'm sure it's the kind of thing that you don't say too loudly, but especially if the outcome is already determined before the race in terms of like who's going to win, then you're like, we can afford to just throw whoever out there.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot more strategy than that, but there is that element of, what are you doing today? I guess I'm running a 4x4. But the crazy thing is, the kids look at each other, okay.
Well,
I mean, there's
it probably becomes a fun game,
yeah.
You know, of like who gets to do it today.
Exactly. Got to thank our crew. Our crew has been outstanding all weekend long.
Nick Lewis doing everything for us.
I'm telling you what.
Including giving us food. I really appreciate the work
strategy
that he's done.
The strategy he has done, laying this thing out. And I'm telling you, folks, it's late at night figuring things out. Nick did a great job. Our camera guys have done a great job. And Chris
came over from Asbury College. These camera boys.
Yeah, don't say that too loud. You know, they're all graduating. I think. Well, two of them are. I think are graduating, and one's a sophomore or freshman. You know, they put him in case of a rain. He's out in the outside elements. And we want to thank the weatherman today because though it was chilly, it's been a very good day so far.
Is that how we're giving credit for it? So it looks like in this one we've got Hanover, Rose-Hulman, Franklin, Berea, and Manchester. We'll get our first look at the relay teams here in a moment. Lap number 1 out of 4. So they're all in their lane to start, and then I believe at the 100-meter mark of the second lap, then they get over to the inside. That's Steven Scott, I believe, for Franklin. We got to talk to him. And he talked about running that first leg. He was feeling, to be honest, pretty confident in his group. And so far, they are rewarding his confidence. As now they're
stretching it out.
Sneak over to that inside lane. Yeah, I don't think that's, you know, a cobbled together group that they just, you know, sort of flipped a coin and decided that that's who was going to do the 4x4 for Franklin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly who they planned to do, the 4x4.
He is making a move here.
One of the other interesting things about track is, you know, with so many things that are going on, the attention is in some different places, but then the longer you go into a meet, then, you know, the less that is going on. So now all of a sudden, the only thing that everyone is watching now is this race, when for 2 days, you know, there have been 3 or 4 options in terms of what you could pay attention to.
The other thing is when the awards come, there'll be a swamp of people around the track waiting for the crown of champions and all those things, and that's kind of cool to see all these teams now who have been competing for the last 2 days be one unit.
Still Franklin in front in this one. Rose-Hulman and Berea competing hard for second and third. And it's Hanover in fourth and then Manchester in fifth for the moment. And this is tightening up a little bit here toward the end. You've still got Franklin in front. It's Rose Holman in second, Berea in third. But
does he have a kick? I don't think he's going to catch it.
And then Manchester and Hanover fighting hard for that fourth spot as well. Looks like it's going to be Manchester. So that is our final race, we believe. It's been a heck of a 2 days. The scores that we know of. So I've got 19 of 20 events scored on the men's side, and it's Rose Holman with 188 points, Manchester 169, Hanover 114, Franklin in fourth with 67, Bluffton in fifth with 64, Berea 40, Mount St. Joseph's 38, Transylvania 26, Anderson 25, and Earlham 8. On the women's side, it's Rose Holman with 180.5, Manchester 138, Hanover 117, Transylvania 105, Berea 78.5, Earlham 63, Mount St. Joseph 41, Bluffton 25.5, Anderson 20, and Franklin 8.5. So we will have some trophy presentation, but first, let's take a break. We'll be back.
Myers, Vice President of IndianaSRN. Thanks for joining us. Do you know IndianaSRN broadcasts 350 games a year? All sorts of sports? Yeah, we do. Hard to believe, isn't it? IndianaSRN loves to put student athletes first on our website. If you're a business out there, we probably could help you too. Contact us at coach@indianasrn.org. Grandma from out of state thanks you. Mom and Dad who can't get to the game thanks you as well. In fact, our athletes watch the games over and over again. Our military has enjoyed the games as well. So sit back and enjoy the game. It's IndianaSRN.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Thanks for funneling all those interviews up right.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Manny made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter @IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now @IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter @IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now @IndianaSRN.
Keith Myers, Vice President of IndianaSRN. Thanks for joining us. Do you know IndianaSRN broadcasts 350 games a year? All sorts of sports? Yeah, we do. Hard to believe, isn't it? IndianaSRN loves to put student athletes first on our website. If you're a business out there, we probably could help you too. Contact us at coach@indianasrn.org. Grandma from out of state thanks you. Mom and Dad who can't get to the game thanks you as well. In fact, our athletes watch the games over and over again. Our military has enjoyed the games as well. So sit back and enjoy the game. It's IndianaSRN.
You an active athlete looking for enhanced performance, comfort, and recovery? Then Skins is the perfect choice for you. Our revolutionary sports compression product provides better oxygen flow in your muscles, helps reduce fatigue and pain from intense physical activity, allowing athletes to push their boundaries and perform better.
Skins helps keep everything, including you, on track.
So don't wait any longer. Get your Skins now and experience unbeatable performance.
Take your game to the next level with Skins.
This is the hotel breakfast.
It looked different online.
Do you children like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine.
All right, guys.
Look alive.
Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get 'em.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Are you ready?
To climb higher.
At Mount St. Joseph University, we think you are. With new state-of-the-art facilities, expert coaches and mentors, our top-ranked teams will provide the perfect challenge to test your skills.
But it's not just about winning.
It's about becoming the best version of yourself.
That's what we're all about.
Here at the Mount.
You are watching WHCAC.tv.
It's all long weekend.
It's been a long weekend. HCAC.tv.
Yeah,
this is
okay.
Chris Schumerth. I'm with Keith Myers. And
Sorry, Jay.
we're about to get the medaling ceremonies. But before we do,
yeah, not so fast, my friend. We got to talk about the HCAC playoff for softball championships and baseball championships coming in a couple of weeks, May 8th, 9th, and 10th, possibly May 11th if necessary. We will have the baseball for sure, and stay close by. We'll see what happens softball-wise, but we're pretty excited about covering that up in Kokomo. As you see, the crowd now is developing, and we're waiting for more results, and once we get those, we'll pass those on to you. But again, Berea, great job. It doesn't seem like it's May, does it?
And right across the street, we actually have an HCAC baseball game between Berea and Manchester. We don't have a score or anything for you, but yeah, that may have some bearings as to what happens in Kokomo in a couple weeks. Will you be up there for one or both of?
I will be up at Kokomo.
Okay.
Myself and the crew will be up there. We'll be setting up early on Wednesday, making sure the rain dance will go for 3 days and hopefully don't get rain delays. I'll tell you a short story. The second year that we were there, we had a nice little 4-hour rain delay, but we made it all right through it. So our producer is saying that we're going to take one more break, and then you're going to hear from the public address announcer, and then we'll sign things off. So give us a couple more minutes as we're waiting for the results of all those things. So we'll take one more break, and then we'll take it to the public address announcer.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, insulting referees,
threatening officials,
berating young umpires, learning the ropes,
violent language in the stands,
screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We are pioneers.
We are the next generation of inventors, creators, teachers, and leaders.
We think critically,
work collaboratively,
Always learning, growing, doing.
We care deeply about people and the planet.
facing challenges together.
A place for the curious, the bold, and the go-getters.
At Transylvania University,
we pursue bold paths.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Let's try this again. HCAC.TV. We have been watching the outdoor track championships, the conference level meet at Berea College. We survived some weather. We're waiting now for the medal ceremonies.
You know, the interesting thing is this is the last track event, and then with baseball, softball, that will be the last event of the HCAC. And for the HCAC team that brought you those championships, it's been a pleasure to be in your household or on your computer throughout the whole entire year. We started out with football and volleyball and end up with baseball and softball, but what a privilege that we get the opportunity to serve these young men and young women and their moms and their dads to be able to do this. It's quite an honor, and we want to thank our CEO and the guy that puts all that together. That's Jerry Collins, as he's on assignment this weekend, but thanks to him and all the things that he has done over the years. And our hats off to Jay Jones, top-notch commissioner. Jay, thank you so much for the opportunity of allowing us to do what we do.
And you certainly see in having conversations with some of these young student athletes what this all means to them, whether it's the friendships they build, whether it's what they learn about themselves as competitors and as athletes who kind of surpass their own limitations.
Well, you go back to that too, Chris, but the relationship they have built with our crew. I mean, this is my third year doing this, and they knew who we were. Dad stopped us and said, "Hey, I listened to you yesterday in the rain. You must have got wet. Was your socks wet?" "Yeah, my socks were wet." "Okay." So you've developed friendships that they may not know your name, but they recognize you and they appreciate what you do. And I really appreciate the athletes as well because it's pretty cool.
It is cool. I was talking to one of them, and it was saying, this was my last meet ever. Was kind of thoughtful and pensive about what that meant, and it's an important season of your life to be able to do this.
Well, that will blow you away when you realize you wake up tomorrow morning and you realize that your college season of track and field or whatever that event is done. It's finished, and you're going to see some tears probably later on today as they head to the parking lot. Got to thank the bus drivers because some of these guys traveled a long way. I think it was that I talked with the Manchester guy. He says, "Yeah, I think we spent like 5.5 hours on the bus." So I said, "Well, how was that?" He goes, "We were on the bus go round and round." That's all he said. So very interesting. Well, it looks like the coaches' meeting has broken up. So now they will tally the things that they need to tally.
Basic math. Can we do math? They don't want me part of that conversation.
I would need my calculator.
You see the student athletes gathering around, the coaches, the parents, everyone waiting in anticipation of these final scores, the final places, the medals that will be still distributed.
Interesting hearing the young ladies and young men talking back and forth.
And then there are the runners who just can't get enough, and they're still going to get a few more laps.
It's called warming down. I was told it was a cool down lap is what it is.
It's called
this is
running
called,
addiction.
This is called stretching in the business of what we're trying to do.
I've talked to those distance runners, and I tell you what, some of them, they can't get enough at a certain point, cross a certain threshold.
So we'll go ahead and begin.
We are going to go down to the PA announcer for the rest of the way.
We need to get caught up on a few individual event awards, and so we're going to start with the men's triple jump, which was recontested today. Finishing in 8th place today was Frank Moody of Manchester. In 7th place, Chris Renee of Manchester. In 6th place was Declan Grosbeck of Rose-Hulman. In 5th place was Gentry Oliver of Manchester. In 4th place, Zion Clay of Berea. And your top 3 finishers here in the men's triple jump. In 3rd place with a jump of 13.23 meters from Rose-Hulman, Bryce Chen. In 2nd place, from Anderson with a jump of 13.51 meters, Josiah Marshall. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's triple jump with a jump of 13.56 meters, that's 44 feet and 6 inches, from Transylvania, Marquise Hill. All right, our next event is the women's high jump. Finishing in a two-way tie for 8th place was Alex Ball of Earlham and Isabel Egan of Franklin. In 7th place from Transylvania, Ferris Howard. In 6th place from Hanover, Kennedy Lakins. A two-way tie for 4th place, Issa Sloan of Earlham and Amelia Adams of Bluffton. And your top 3 finishers in the women's high jump. In 3rd place from Berea College with a clearance of 1.53 meters, Ashaya Maddox. In 2nd place from Rose Holman with a jump of 1.53 meters, Audrey Edwards. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's high jump from Transylvania with a clearance of 1.56 meters, Taylor Roark. Next up, we have the results of the men's high jump. In 8th place today from Hanover, Sean Woods. In 7th place from Rose Holman, Benjamin Olenek. In 6th place, also from Rose, Joe Jansen. In 5th place from Bluffton, Kyle Mans. In 4th place from Hanover, Alex Bauer. And your top 3 jumpers in the men's high jump. 3rd place from Manchester University with a clearance of 1.85 meters, Kenneth Red. In 2nd place from Hanover with a jump of 1.93 meters, Anthony Lloyd. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's high jump with a clearance of 1.93 meters, that's 6 feet 4 inches, from Franklin College, Alexander Shavitz. Next up, we have the results of the men's 800 meters. In 8th place was Rose Holman's Brady Soka. In 7th place, Dalton Nunn of Transylvania. In 6th place, also from Transylvania, Nate Berry. In 5th place from Franklin, Elliot Goff. In 4th place from Rose Holman, Alejandro Clark. And your top 3 finishers here in the men's 8. In 3rd place from Berea College in 156.58, Austin Gatewood. In 2nd place from Earlham College in a time of 156.01, Ethan Rose. And your 2025 champion in the men's 800 meters from Manchester University in a time of 155.84, Gavin Byerly. Next up, we have the results from the women's 400-meter hurdles. Finishing in 8th place from Berea, Jakisha Lewis. In 7th place from Hanover, Gabby Parrish. In 6th place from Berea, Jernisha Lewis. In 5th place from Transylvania, Peyton Tan. In 4th place from Anderson, Katie Ripberger. And your top 3 finishers in the women's 400 hurdles. In 3rd place from Anderson, at a time of 109.66, J.C. Soames. In 2nd place from Rose Holman, at a time of 109.02, Jada Hunter-Hayes. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the women's 400 hurdles, at a time of 107.75, from Hanover, Natalie Day. Next up on the podium, we have the men's 400-meter hurdle results. Finishing in 7th place from Rose Holman was Renner Barnes. In 6th place from Anderson, Joaquin Batista. In 5th place from Manchester, Chris Renee. In 4th place from Rose Holman, James DeMarco. And your top 3 finishers. In 3rd place from Berea at a time of 58.34, Quincy Gibson. In 2nd place from Rose Holman at a time of 56.59, Logan Phillips. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's 400-meter hurdles, from Hanover, in a time of 56.45, Grady Shea. All right, next up will be the women's 200-meter final results. In 6th place was Ashaya Maddox of Berea. In 5th place from Rose Holman, Ileana Hernandez. In 4th place from Transylvania, Abby Rowe. And your top 3 finishers in the women's 200. In 3rd place, in a time of 26.55, from Rose Holman, Alex Adams. In 2nd place, in a time of 25.60, from Transylvania, Olivia Sparks. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the 200-meter dash, from Rose Holman, in a time of 25.32, Rose Talbert. Next up, we have the results of the men's 200. In 8th place from Bluffton, Russell Lowe. In 7th place from Mount St. Joseph, Diego Yun. In 6th place from Manchester, Kenneth Red. In 5th place from Franklin, Braden Wilkins. In 4th place from Mount St. Joseph, Kendrick Scherer. And your top 3 finishers in the men's 200. In 3rd place from Berea in a time of 21.96, Caleb Collier-Smith. In 2nd place from Bluffton in a time of 21.86, Desmond Gist. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the 200-meter dash from Hanover in a time of 21:84, Brandon Bensuda. Our next race is the men's 5,000 meters. Finishing in 8th place from Manchester, Gavin Byerly. In 7th place from Franklin, William Hirsch. In 6th place from Hanover, Ethan Weston. In 5th place, also from Hanover, Connor Watson. In 4th place from Rose-Hulman, Sam Rinker. And your top 3 finishers. In 3rd place in a time of 15:03.79 from Rose-Hulman, Joshua Pohl. In 2nd place in a time of 15:03.16 from Manchester University, Austin Johnson. And your 2025 HCAC champion in the men's 5,000 in a time of 14:57.45 for Manchester University, Connor Havens. And our final 2 events of the day. First up, the women's 4x4 relay. Finishing in 8th place today was Franklin College. In 7th place, Anderson. In 6th place, Manchester. In 5th place, Earlham. In 4th place, Mount St. Joseph. And your top 3 teams in the 1,600-meter relay. In 3rd place in a time of 4:23.09, the team from Hanover College. In 2nd place in a time of 4:07.04, the team from Rose-Hulman. And your 2025 HCAC champions in the women's 4x4 in a time of 4:02.78, the team from Transylvania. And the results of our final event, the men's 4x400. Finishing in 8th place, Transylvania. In 7th place, Mount St. Joseph. In 6th place, Hanover. In 5th place, Manchester. In 4th place, Berea. And your top 3 teams. In 3rd place in a time of 3:23.71, the team from Bluffton. Finishing in second place in 3:23.55, the team from Rose-Hulman. And your 2025 HCAC champions in the men's 4x4 in a time of 3:22.13. The team from Franklin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the individual events. Now we will move into the awards for the HCAC. Here to present our awards today are Commissioner Jay Jones and his assistants Grace Schott and Ben Miles. The HCAC recognizes a newcomer of the year, the student athlete in their first year of athletic eligibility who earns the most points at the championship meet. The female newcomer of the year for 2025, from Manchester University, Chesney Miller. And your 2025 Male Newcomer of the Year, from Hanover, Brandon Bensuda. The HCAC also recognizes 4 major awards. These awards are voted on by the league coaches and recognize the top performers across the championship weekend. The most outstanding female jumps athlete of the year, from Berea College, Ashaya Maddox. Next up, we have the most outstanding male jumps. We will have co-athletes of the year, Bluffton's Desmond Gist and Transylvania's Marquise Hill. Next up, the most outstanding female throws athlete of the year. From Manchester University, Carly Camp. Your 2025 Most Outstanding Male Throws Athlete of the Year. From Rose-Hulman, Antoine Cooper. Next, we have the Most Outstanding Female Distance Athlete of the Year. From Rose-Hulman, Jocelyn Onstein. Next up, we have the Most Outstanding Male Distance Athlete of the Year. This year we will have Co-Distant Athlete of the Years, both from Manchester University, Gavin Byerly and Connor Havens. Next up, we have the Most Outstanding Female Sprint Hurdler Athlete of the Year. From Rose-Hulman, Rose Talbert. And the Most Outstanding Male Sprint Hurdler Athlete of the Year. From Hanover, Brandon Bensuda. The HCAC also recognizes a Coaching Staff of the Year. Congratulations to the 2025 Women's Coaching Staff of the Year. The Transylvania University Pioneers Coaching Staff. And the 2025 Men's Coaching Staff of the Year. The coaching staff from Rose-Hulman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we would like to recognize all of the teams that are participating in today's HCAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We'll start with the results of the women's competition. Finishing in 10th place today with 8.5 points, the Grizzlies from Franklin College. Finishing in 9th place with 20 points, the Ravens from Anderson University. Finishing in 8th place with 25.5 points, the Bluffton University Beavers. Finishing in 7th place with 41 points, the Mount St. Joseph University Lions. Finishing in 6th place with 63 points, the Quakers from Earlham College. In 5th place with 78.5 points, the Mountaineers from Berea College. Finishing in 4th place with 105 points, the Transylvania University Pioneers. And finishing in 3rd place with 117 points, the Panthers from Hanover College. At this time, we'll now move over to the men's edition and introduce all of our teams that participated in that competition. Finishing in 10th place with 8 points were the Quakers from Earlham College. In 9th place with 25 points, the Ravens from Anderson University. In 8th place with 27 points, the Pioneers from Transylvania. In 7th place with 40 points, the Lions from Mount St. Joseph. In 6th place with 45 points, the Berea College Mountaineers. In 5th place with 70 points, the Bluffton University Beavers. In 4th place with 77 points, the Grizzlies from Franklin College. Finishing in 3rd place with 117 points, the Hanover College Panthers. At this time, we will now recognize both of our runners-up. On the women's side with 138 points, congratulations to the Manchester University Spartans. And on the men's side with 173 points, once again, congratulations to Manchester University. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 HCAC champions in the women's competition. Congratulations to the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. And on the men's side, congratulations once again to the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology Fighting Engineers, the 2025 HCAC Men's Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our presentation. We thank you for attending the 2025 HCAC Championships. We want to thank Berea College for hosting a great event. And we thank you for your support of the HCAC and NCAA Division III track and field. Everyone have a safe trip home. Thanks for attending, and good night.
Well, That wraps it up for us and our final event. We thank you very much for joining us. Till the next time, goodbye, everybody.